Chapter 1090. It was as if time had stopped. Everything had stopped. Huang Baifu's voice trembled slightly. No, it's not like that. 100 Tribulations Taoist, who was old and experienced, hurriedly comforted him. Young Master Huang is so righteous. 100 Tribulations would never forget young Master Huang's achievement today. You made a great contribution to Kelowna's Tao world. Don't worry, young Master Huang. I won't tell anyone about what happened today. It's not like that. Huang Baifu's arms hung down, facing the different gazes of the crowd. He stepped back subconsciously. It's not like that. This punch is truly earth-shattering. Just like its name, it is earth-shattering. Gong Sanhua really admits defeat. This brother, I respect you as a real man. Not far away, Gong Sanhua cupped his hands, ashamed of his inferiority. Once again, Huang Baifu felt that he must have lost something. It's not like that! Huang Baifu grabbed his hair and let out a furious howl that sounded like his lungs were being torn apart. At this moment, his aroused demonic energy started to roil madly. In his painful and sorrowful roar, his demonic power had reached an unimaginable level. The Tiger King pattern root style on his body burst out a dazzling golden light. At this moment, with Huang Baifu as the center, a strong force suddenly exploded. Jiangzhua, who was the weakest, was pushed by this force and fell into the passageway that Gaia had opened up. Oh no, this guy is overstimulated and has chi deviation. The divine beast White Tiger's power is going out of control. Gong Fanqing saw a clue at this moment and couldn't help but sound a little anxious. However, just as her voice sounded, Huang Baifu's body shot out instantly. Gong Fanqing's voice seemed to have turned on the switch of the demonized Huang Baifu, and he directly found her. Don't come over. Gong Fanqing screamed at this time. She was not afraid of being found by a peerless powerhouse, but she was absolutely unwilling to be found by a peerless powerhouse with a certain smell. In a split second, 100 Tribulations Taoist chose to rush into the passageway where Jiangzhua fell to save him. Gong Fanqing didn't want to touch Huang Baifu at all, so she frantically distanced herself from him. Huang Baifu's punch, and then bombarded the huge door that had been cracked by Taisetsu. At this moment, the huge metal door seemed to let out a sorrowful cry. The two doors finally couldn't withstand Huang Baifu's demonized punch, and were instantly broken. Feeling that this place was very dangerous, Tainzi, who had been lying on the ground and pretending to be a dead dog for a long time, seized the opportunity and rushed into the room behind the metal door. His desire for survival was extremely strong. On the other side, Gong Fanqing directly rushed to Gong Sanhua. You wicked woman! Don't attract me! Gong Sanhua was also furious. I don't want to fight with such a peerless expert. I don't care. You've pursued me for hundreds of years. What? You don't even block my sh*T. How dare you say that you really love me? I don't love you anymore. Facing the crazy Huang Baifu, the two demons couldn't avoid him. They couldn't help jumping up and down, and in the blink of an eye, no one knew where they were fighting. At this moment, Tainzi stuck his head out of the broken door. Looking at the destroyed passageway, he blinked his eyes and then quickly retracted his head. Alas! Tainzi sighed, casually looking around this place. He didn't know what was inside, because in his opinion, this place couldn't be more ordinary. Although it looked very luxurious, it seemed to be just a bedroom, and it looked like a woman's bedroom. There were only some furniture, a wardrobe, and a very big bed. The floor was covered with a soft carpet, and the touch was not bad. However, it was just a bedroom. How could it be so difficult to break the door? This really made Tainzi puzzled. Anyway, this place was full of strange things. Tainzi shook his head, and when he was about to leave, he accidentally saw a huge painting hanging somewhere in the room. Tainzi stopped in an instant. He raised his head and looked at the painting, opening his mouth in a daze. In the painting, there was a girl sitting on a chair, showing a very sweet smile, and wearing a unique headdress on her forehead. On the headdress There was the same coat of arms as on the metal door. The girl in the painting was Gaia. No. Should it be the girl who looked like Gaia? Or was it that all the Gaias looked like this little girl? But this wasn't what surprised Teinzi the most. What surprised him the most was that there was a young man standing next to the girl's chair. The young man's clothes were almost similar to the girl's, and he also wore the same headdress on his head, with the same peculiar coat of arms, and the two looked very intimate. But this young man, this is the boss? Teinzi was shocked, and his eyes widened. What's going on? Falling all the way, Jiang's was screamed in horror. Finally, Jiang's body fell to the ground, and he even felt that his bones were broken. Fortunately, he was a cultivator who had been through physical training. If he was an ordinary person, he would have been smashed to pieces. Jiang's crawled up in pain, but the moment he got up, he was instantly stunned. This is not. Jiang's was shocked to find that after going around in circles, he had returned to the huge room where the myriad essence pool was. In front of him, those huge printing arms were still there, but many of them seemed to have been damaged. Above his head was a passage that led to the top, and who knew how many levels it had to go through to reach the place he came from. Jiang's was shuddered, and found that he had fallen into the myriad essence pool. But what puzzled him was that the pool had completely dried up. In the pool, there wasn't a single bit of myriad essence left. Did that gigantic Gaia use up all the materials here? Jiang's frowned, and saw that although the myriad essence pool had been used up, there was still a strange crystal left. It was only the size of a fist, and just happened to be not far from where he had fallen, emitting a faint, colorful light. Jiang subconsciously picked up the crystal and felt a moist feeling on his palm. He flipped open his palm and took a look. He discovered that there was some colorful, powder-like, peculiar substance stuck to his palm. Furthermore, it was moist. This substance seemed to have leaked out from this crystal. This is myriad essence? Jiang's rubbed his fingers in disbelief and looked at the crystal in his hand again. Could it be that this thing can produce myriad essence? Jiang's At this moment, the 100 Tribulations Taoist's voice came from above. Jiang's was shuddered and subconsciously put the strange crystal in his arms and shouted, "President, I'm fine." The next moment, the 100 Tribulations Taoist fell into the myriad essence pool. He looked around, frowning, but didn't say anything, and directly grabbed Jiang's collar. "Let's go!" The 100 Tribulations Taoist carried Jiang's and rushed all the way back to the original place. Fortunately, the exit opened by the Taisetsu was still there. The 100 Tribulations Taoist was delighted and directly pushed Jiang's towards the exit and ordered, "After you go out, remember not to mention anything about young Master Zhang Huang. In the future, if there is any news in the Taoist and monster realm, I will ask you." Yes, yes. He wouldn't dare to say anything about Huang Baifu's exploding feces, or he would be hunted down by the whole white tiger race. Seeing Jiang's body disappear into the passage, the 100 Tribulations Taoist let out a sigh of relief. But Huang Baifu, Gong Sanhua, and Gong Fanqing were all gone, and Taisetsu and the huge Gaia were fighting somewhere else. The 100 Tribulations Taoist could only estimate the location by the sound. He frowned. For him, the most important thing was to evacuate all the Taoist monsters here. But Taisetsu wasn't here, so the 100 Tribulations Taoist couldn't continue to look for others. He pondered, and at this moment he heard some strange sounds. It was like metal colliding with metal, or some kind of footsteps. The 100 Tribulations Taoist raised his head and looked at the broken metal door. A strange dog made of metal slowly walked out. This strange metal dog seemed to be the one in Jiang's arms. At this moment, there was a roll in the mouth of the strange dog, which seemed to be some kind of paper. The moment the strange dog saw the 100 Tribulations Taoist, it opened its mouth in surprise, and the roll fell out of its mouth. It was so scared that it hurriedly picked it up again. The 100 Tribulations Taoist frowned. He felt that this metal dog was very suspicious, so he walked towards it. Looking at the 100 Tribulations Taoist, the metal dog, Taiyinzi panicked, but his expression was very calm, and he even wagged his tail at the 100 Tribulations Taoist. The 100 Tribulations Taoist frowned deeper. He felt that this metal dog was not simple, so he reached out his hand, and the metal dog was instantly caught in his hand. At this moment, the 100 Tribulations Taoist tried to grab the roll of paper in the metal dog's mouth. Master, 100 Tribulations. A figure appeared beside the 100 Tribulations Taoist like a ghost, startling him, and he subconsciously stopped what he was doing. Mr. Taisetsu. At this moment, Taisetsu was holding a sword, looking very energetic, but many parts of his clothes seemed to be damaged. Where is Jiangzhua? Taisetsu hurriedly turned back and asked. I sent him away. The 100 Tribulations Taoist said quickly. That's good. This dog. Forget it. Wait for me for a while. Daz nodded. As he spoke, he once again rushed into the long passageway with his sword in hand. The 100 Tribulations Taoist was shocked, because even with Taisetsu's terrifying strength, he seemed to have suffered a lot when facing the giant Gaia. Only a loud boom was heard, and the surroundings were shaking violently. Although the 100 Tribulations Taoist could not see the battle between Taisetsu and the Valkyrie, he was already frightened by the momentum. Jiangzhua was only sent by that place to deal with his request, and he did not know how terrifying that place's boss was. The 100 Tribulations Taoist sighed inwardly. Because of the difference in strength, he was not interested in anything except rescuing people. He looked down at the metal dog in his hand and saw that it was staring at the direction where Taisetsu rushed out again, as if it was greatly stimulated, and its eyes were filled with a kind of spiritual, sadness. What a spiritual dog. Although it's made of metal, it's so smart. The 100 Tribulations Taoist sighed. The technology of this place is really terrifying. The thing in your mouth seems to be very important. Why? Then the 100 Tribulations Taoist reached out his hand to take the paper in Taiyinzi's mouth. However, Taiyinzi didn't give up, which made 100 Tribulation Taoist click his tongue in wonder. Little Taoist, make way! Unexpectedly, Gong Fanqing's slightly hurried voice came from behind, and the 100 Tribulations Taoist's hand shook and let go of the paper. In front of him, Gong Fanqing and Gong Sunhua looked as if they had seen a ghost and rushed all the way. Behind them, Huang Baifu's demonic power was so strong that it even covered his body with a layer of white tiger-like coat. But even so, it could not cover the faintly discernible unique smell from Huang Baifu's trousers. Looking at the different colors on Huang Baifu's trousers and the yellow and white things that were constantly being pulled out from between his legs, the 100 Tribulations Taoist suddenly shuddered. He somewhat understood why the arrogant Gong Fanqing and Gong Sunhua were so frightened. Not to mention them, even the 100 Tribulations Taoist himself did not want to be touched by Huang Baifu at this moment. I also. You too. Please cooperate with me to subdue young Master Huang first. The 100 Tribulations Taoist suddenly shouted at this moment. Gong Fanqing was stunned, thinking that this could not go on forever, so she immediately stopped. However, in an instant, Gong Fanqing was flustered and exasperated. Little Taoist, how dare you trick me? Because at this moment, the 100 Tribulations Taoist turned around and ran away. Put me down. Right, there was also Taiyinzi's powerless wail. In the area where the main frame of the Lexia was located, the huge sphere and the huge metal pillar that was the power source of the Lexia. In the main control room, Count Decrius stared at the battle between the Valkyrie and Taisetsu, his eyes becoming more and more anxious. His body seemed to be unable to withstand the erosion of the white bone palm. At this moment, apart from the capture of Taisetsu, Count Decrius still neglected many things. He did not have the time to pay attention to more things. Below the huge sphere, on a platform that had been destroyed and turned into ruins, standing in the middle of the metal ruins, the body of the prototype Gaia's twisted body suddenly regained a trace of color in her dazed eyes. At this moment, something fell from the long purple hair behind her head. It was a black ring. After the ring fell to the ground, it directly shattered into pieces. The fingers of the prototype, Gaia, twitched slightly. The color in her eyes gradually recovered a trace of color. At the same time, the metal ruins that had buried her were instantly dispelled, and the prototype Gaia slowly floated up. Her eyes were clear, but also turbid. Chapter 1091. Jessica was pacing back and forth anxiously. It had been some time since they climbed to the top of the mountain. Luocio hadn't come out of the palace yet. Qin Chiyu sat on the ground with her legs crossed, closing her eyes. The Green Lotus Sword Song was currently placed on her legs, and it would occasionally let out a faint sword hum. Miss Maid was facing the Penglai Palace, waiting quietly. Jessica thought this maid of the club was too patient. She didn't move at all from the beginning, like a sea watcher on the cliff. You don't seem to be worried? Jessica came to Yu Ye's side, lowering her voice and asking. Don't worry. Miss Maid smiled. No individual in any sense can hurt the master. Jessica opened her mouth. She felt this explanation was too absolute. She shook her head, and when she was about to say something, she suddenly felt a slight vibration from the ground. In fact, not long before this tremor, there was another terrifying phenomenon. A huge golden light suddenly shot out from the mountain below and rushed into the sky, as if it had split the mountain in half. Something seemed to be happening inside the mountain. That was why Jessica became anxious. As if to prove her uneasiness, the vibration from the ground became more and more intense. At this moment, even Yi didn't remain indifferent. She lowered her head to take a look, and then stepped back gracefully. At this moment, the ground in front of her suddenly broke open, and a huge black shadow rushed out from the mountain. Qin Chiyu was also awakened by the shock. She fixed her eyes and saw a huge Gaia fighting with Taisetsu. On Daz's body, there were small-scale damages on his clothes in many places. There were also many fine gaps on the gigantified Gaia's body. At this moment, the Valkyrie Gaia opened its mouth, and a huge red light was spat out from its mouth. Taisetsu frowned, diving down with the Zhanlu sword. His speed was even faster than the red light. He came to Yu Ye's front, holding the sword with his palm and blocking the attack of the Valkyrie Gaia. The aftermath of the red impact instantly cut off a corner of the mountain. What's this? Yi didn't change her expression. She looked up at the Valkyrie Gaia in the sky, frowning slightly. At this time, Daz put down his palm from the sword surface. The blade of the Zhanlu sword turned crimson at this moment. Daz looked at his palm as if it was scalded. I'm not sure, but it's hard to deal with. Taisetsu shook his palm and said quickly, It's too narrow down there, and I don't dare to use my big move. Otherwise, if the inside collapses and crushes Baija's people, I don't know how to explain it to boss. Miss Maid nodded and said calmly, Master is inside. You can do whatever you want except for the palace, but it's better to drag the battle outside. Daz listened, glanced at the gigantified Gaia, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Even if you say so, this guy really has some endurance. Do you have a problem with that? Miss Maid's eyes suddenly turned sharp. Also, pay attention to your image. Okay, Daz nodded his head like a hoodlum, thinking, is this little sister so strict except in front of the boss? Daz was like a boxer who was severely criticized by the coach in the arena. He patted his cheek hard at this time. After taking a deep breath, he perked up and rushed to the Valkyrie Gaia again with his sword. At this time, Yu Yi had been paying attention to Penglai Palace. She had also taken some of her energy to pay attention to the battle between Daz and Valkyrie. This is beyond the scientific ability of this world. Miss Maid frowned. Could it be? While Mississippi Maid was deep in thought, the sky above the Penglai treasure house suddenly changed color. Above the sky, the clouds were surging, and in the center of the vortex, a huge lightsaber appeared at this moment. Taisetsu's heavenly sword. The appearance of the huge lightsaber shocked Qin Chiyu instantly. At this moment, she even clearly felt the slight tremor from the green lotus sword. It wasn't fear, but an unusually high fighting spirit. Even though the sword spirit is asleep, its instinct is still stimulated. Qin Chiyu took a deep breath. The power contained in the huge lightsaber that seemed slow but was actually very fast falling from the sky was far beyond hers. La! Facing the descending lightsaber, the Valkyrie Gaia opened its hands and spat out a bright red light. Bang! The moment the lightsaber collided with the red light, a huge turbulence of power exploded. A circle of ripples spread out from the top of the mountain, dispersing half of the clouds in the sky instantly. A huge gust of wind blew over the top of the mountain because of this collision. The moment the huge turbulence blew over Yi, it stopped, and even Jessica and Qin Chiyu behind you weren't affected at all. At this time, the turbulent airflow poured into the entrance of Penglai Palace. At the entrance of Penglai Palace, two figures were moving forward without being affected by the strong wind. Mo Xiaofei and Zhu Feng. They were in the Penglai Palace, watching Luo Qiu enter the crystal where the Penglai immortal's corpse was sealed. Obviously, they had heard the huge movement outside the Penglai Palace. Shocked, they instantly rushed out to check the situation. What the hell happened? Zhu Feng stared blankly at the collision of the two terrifying forces in the sky, his face full of horror. However, Mo Xiaofei frowned and didn't say a word. No one knew what he was thinking about. At this time, the huge lightsaber moved again, or the lightsaber overcame the red light that blocked it. Ha! Taisetsu's deep roar came out from his throat. The falling lightsaber finally broke through the red light of the Valkyrie Gaia and fell down with irresistible force. Finally, the lightsaber broke through all the obstacles and recovered its original speed in an instant. This huge lightsaber was extremely huge. The tip of the lightsaber was 100 meters long. La! When the lightsaber fell down, only the resounding aria of the Valkyrie Gaia could be heard. Its body was finally submerged in the trajectory of the huge lightsaber. Rumble! Falling from the sky, the lightsaber directly stabbed into the huge mountain peak. At this moment, the light sword had split the peak of the mountain into two. A crack had appeared in the huge square in front of the magnificent Penglai Palace, until the lightsaber completely submerged into the mountain. At this time in the sky, Taisetsu held the Zhanlu sword with both hands and maintained the downward slashing posture while gasping for air. His body gradually stabilized after a while, but in the next moment, Taisetsu felt that it was a bit tricky. The heavenly sword was an ability he created by himself when he slaughtered the void original demons in the dimensional crevice. The heavenly sword wasn't perfect, for example. It was too powerful to control. A huge crack appeared in the square in front of the Penglai Palace, and it extended all the way to the edge of the mountain peak. At this moment, not only the square in front of the Penglai Palace was split into two by the lightsaber, but the entire mountain peak was also split open. Below, countless rocks began to peel off because of this impact. The first half of the mountain peak suddenly sank, and then continued to sink diagonally along the crack that had been split open. Miss Servant Girl of the club suddenly rubbed her eyebrows. She was in the sunken area. Therefore, Miss Servant Girl could only wave her hand. Instantly, a light ball wrapped Qin Chiyu and Jessica, and they slowly floated up. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The split mountain peak kept falling down. The huge mountain peak started to split again at the moment it fell, and the momentum even shook the entire Penglai treasure house. Miss Servant Girl looked at all this coldly. She didn't say a word until the peeled-off part of the mountain peak fell to the ground. Because when the whole body was split open by Taisetsu, the thing buried deep in the mountain peak finally revealed a corner of its original appearance. In the billowing, thick smoke, a little bit of metal light was flickering. When the smoke and dust decreased, what appeared in front of everyone was an incomparably huge metal object. Although only a part of it was exposed, it occupied almost 1/3 of the mountain's physical body. What the hell is this? Jessica covered her mouth in horror. I'm afraid it's a technology from the original world, Miss Servant Girl said abruptly, which made Jessica and Chinchi look at her at the same time. But after that, Miss Servant Girl didn't say anything. She just controlled the light ball to slowly descend and approach the huge thing hidden in the mountain peak. It seemed that she wanted to observe its actual situation more carefully. It was extremely fast. The light ball was moving rapidly in the exposed part of the huge object. However, it was like a firefly flying outside the building, appearing so small. In the sky, Taisetsu rubbed his chin and began to recover his strength. At the same time, he looked at the exposed thing and muttered, "Was I in this thing just now?" He didn't know a lot of things. He was a newcomer who was more up-to-date than an old dog. His narrow worldview made him only have one intuition about the huge thing buried in the mountain peak. It was like an alien spaceship. Rumble. At this moment, the whole mountain peak suddenly shook violently. The mountain rocks were separated and peeled off from the mountain peak. And the source of this huge vibration was the huge thing buried in the mountain peak. It moved. As if it was going to rush out of the mountain peak, the huge thing suddenly rushed out a corner and broke through the peak. And because of this huge thing's movement, the whole mountain was facing the fate of being completely disintegrated. Miss Servant Girl, who was checking below, raised her head at this moment. "Master." The light ball instantly stuck to the surface of the huge thing and quickly climbed up again. The light ball instantly climbed to a small corner of the square in front of the only remaining Penglai Palace. The air was slightly distorted, and a figure gradually appeared. Luocho slowly opened his eyes. "Master." Miss Servant Girl hurriedly came forward at this time. Something happened. Mr. Luocho opened his mouth in surprise. Finally he nodded and looked around. "How long have I been in there?" "Nearly 40 minutes. Yu Yi said directly. Luocho nodded and sighed. "The world of thinking is really amazing. I feel that it has only been about 10 minutes. Yu Yi whispered, "Master." Luocho nodded and then shook his head, saying indifferently, "Let's go back and talk about it after we finish here." "Okay." Miss Servant Girl nodded obediently. "Boss." Taisetsu rushed down from the sky and quickly came to Luocho's side with an embarrassed look. He remembered that Miss Servant Girl said that the battle should not affect the palace as much as possible, so he was quite nervous. "Well, boss, did I disturb you?" Luocho waved his hand and said, "It's okay, I came out by myself." With that, Luocho's eyes seemed to be attracted by something and looked forward. At this moment, the huge thing buried in the mountain had completely broken through the mountain and rushed to the sky. The huge body was now shuttling in front of everyone's eyes. The shadow completely covered the entire Penglai Palace. Under the collapse of the mountain, Penglai Palace did not shake at all, as if its existence was fixed in this position. After the mountain collapsed, Penglai Palace was still floating in the air. At this moment, somewhere in the body of the huge thing, a hole was suddenly pierced through. From the hole, several figures were crazily rushing out and rushing towards the floating Penglai Palace. The leader was 100 Tribulation Taoist. Behind him were Gong Fanqing and Gong Sanhua. The reason why they were panicking now was not because of the changes outside, but because of Huang Baifu, who was chasing after them. Completely demonized, Huang Baifu was now like a real beast that had lost its mind. He was chasing after them fiercely and didn't care about the great changes outside at all. However, at the moment when they rushed out, 100 Tribulation Taoist, Gong Sanhua, and Gong Fanqing, who were sober, clearly saw everything outside clearly. The sky covering. Lesia. Boss Luo. In the air, 100 Tribulation Taoist looked around quickly. Soon he saw Luocho and the others standing outside Penglai Palace, so he instantly changed his direction and rushed towards the floating Penglai Palace. But at this moment, Lesia, which had completely risen to the sky, had rows and rows of cannons on its hull. Rows of light beams were shot out from each of the cannons on Lesia. There was no fixed target. The dense, rain-like light beams were crazily shooting towards the entire Penglai treasure house, crazily destroying everything. 100 Tribulation Taoist, who was about to land on the square outside Penglai Palace, saw a sharp light beam behind him. Because of this, 100 Tribulation Taoist had to use his magic weapon, the black and white dual-color mirror. At this moment, 100 Tribulation Taoist had no time to pay attention to the strange metal dog he found in Lesia. He had to throw it away and focus on the light beam that was shooting towards him, when his body suddenly lost gravity and directly fell down. Taiyinzi was calm inside. He even blinked his eyes and subconsciously moved his limbs, falling down. I saw my master. I finally saw my master. In this dangerous place, I finally found my backer. But at the moment of victory, 100 Tribulation Taoist, you actually abandoned me. How could I kneel in this place? How could I kneel here? At this moment, Taiyinzi, who had been biting the paper roll without speaking, finally roared unwillingly. He moved his limbs crazily, trying to slow down his falling speed. But to no avail. However, Taiyinzi had a strong desire to survive. How could he kneel in this place? His body suddenly fell on a big falling stone. Taiyinzi didn't give up. He jumped crazily, climbing up with the help of the falling stones, toward the floating Penglai Palace. I can't kneel, I can't kneel, I can't kneel. He ran crazily and jumped. Finally, his tenacious willpower allowed him to climb to the square outside Penglai Palace. Finally, he saw Luochio standing between Miss Maid and Taisetsu. It's not easy. Master, I finally see you. Master, I'm Taiyinzi. In the corner of the square, a small figure was desperately rushing toward Luochio under the attack of those light beams. Finally, Taiyinzi jumped hard, stretching his body under the clear sky, and rushed toward Luochio. At the same time, Taisetsu saw a teddy poodle with its eyes wide open, biting something as if it had eaten a few 100 grams of aphrodisiac. At this moment, Taisetsu subconsciously waved his hand. Master, I'm... Bang! A huge force hit Taiyinzi's body. Under his astonishment, Taiyinzi only felt that his body flew out of the square outside Penglai Palace, falling straight to the ground. No! That dog, where have I seen it before? Taisetsu frowned, looking at his boss. Boss, did this dog call you just now? Well, Luochio frowned. It seems to be Taiyinzi. At the same time, Luochio looked at the ground. On the ground, a loose roll of paper rolled to Luochio's feet because of the airflow. Yen 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 yen. Chapter 1092. In the main control room of the Lesia, Count Decria was nervously watching the battle between the Valkyrie and Taisetsu. When he saw the Valkyrie and Taisetsu, the Black Soul envoy, fighting outside the Lesia, he couldn't help but frown. Because after breaking through the Lesia, the battlefield between the Valkyrie and Taisetsu had shifted to the top of the mountain, where the Penglai Palace was located. Through the connection between the Valkyrie and the mainframe, Count Decria instantly saw the situation on the top of the mountain. Soon, a few different faces appeared on the screen, the faces of women. Yu Yi, Qin Chuyu, and Jessica. While locking on, the mainframe was also analyzing the data transmitted by the Valkyrie. Instantly, 3 sub-interfaces appeared beside the Count, which were the result of the data analysis by the mainframe of the Lesia. The most detailed one was Jessica. But the Count didn't look at it too much, because the data given by the mainframe was too low to be a threat. The second one was Qin Chuyu, whose data was much higher, especially the green lotus sword song in Qin Chuyu's hand. However, Count Decria only frowned slightly, until he looked at Yui. A trace of shock appeared on his face. He saw that the data given by the mainframe about Yu Ye's data was like a bunch of garbled codes. Finally, at the end of the page, a line of strange words slowly floated out. Normal systems can't calculate. How can it be? Count Decria's eyes suddenly became stern. He couldn't believe it. The possession rate of the origin of foreign bodies is 0, but normal systems can't calculate? What's going on? Even Taisetsu, who was fighting with the Valkyrie, the mainframe didn't give a conclusion of normal systems can't calculate. In an instant, Count Dekria's face slightly changed. He recognized the origin of the blonde woman in the black and white dress from the data in Tae Inzi's memory. The official agent of the origin is here. Count Dekria pressed his hands on the pillar in front of him. Not only that, 2 more pillars popped out from the left and right of the pillar. The Count's hands moved back and forth on the 3 pillars at lightning speed. In front of his eyes, one screen after another floated, densely packed together, almost occupying the entire space of the main control room. It was searching for traces of the origin agent in Tae Inzi's memories. But Count Dekria was unable to find any trace of the agent. Even though it had gone through Tae Inzi's memories, it could not picture the full picture of this legitimate agent in its mind. Everything about Tae Inzi's legitimate agent, including his voice, appearance, and speech, was almost covered with a layer of fog. This was the origin as protection for its official representative. Even through the Black Soul envoy, it could not be seen. Damn it, if the official representative is here. Count Dekria punched the pillar, then I have to get everything from teacher as soon as possible, then I can. Count Dekria took a deep breath and slowly pressed his hand on the pillar in the center. At this moment, the entire Lesia began to tremble slightly. In the air, there was suddenly a slight explosion sound. Count Dekria was slightly startled at this moment, only to see some small electric current floating in the air. At the same time, a numbing sensation spread from his palm that was pressing down on the cylinder. Count Dekria instinctively retracted his arm. A bolt of lightning visible to the naked eye coiled around the cylinder. Count Dekria was startled. He immediately recalled something, and his face was filled with fear. At this moment, Count Dekria abruptly turned around and looked at the edge of the main control room with a nervous expression. The outer shell of the sphere in the main control room was melting bit by bit. At the opening, a face that couldn't be more familiar with Count Dekria appeared clearly in front of it. Knowing that the opening was opened, a petite figure was slowly pushed into the control room by an invisible force. Her gaze was empty and devoid of spirit, as if it was covered by a layer of fog. The hair that fell in front of her forehead almost covered half of her face. Trial type. No. You woke up! At this moment, Count Dekria seemed to have seen the thing he feared the most in his life. He instantly retreated a few steps, his voice even slightly trembled. Brother. Facing Count Dekria's voice, she seemed to be touched by something and slowly raised her head. She suddenly stopped moving again. After the initial panic, Count Dekria gradually calmed down. He carefully looked at the trial type in front of him, moving the hand that was fused with the bones of the white hand bit by bit. At this moment, a black substance slowly gathered on the white hand, like some fragments. Sure enough, the twin snake ring was destroyed. Count Dekria furrowed his brows. The second level of release is indeed a little too forceful. Count Dekria took a deep breath. The finger bones on his skeletal hand moved slightly, and the black fragments hovering above his palm began to assemble bit by bit. Not a single crack could be seen at all. It was as if the main control room had been restored after being destroyed, and the driving force of the metal cylinder had returned to its original position, the power from the origin. But at this moment, due to the low rate of foreign source, Count Dekria had to endure extreme pain to complete the restoration of the twin snake ring. He glanced at the screen, at the intense battle between the Valkyrie and the Teisetsu. When the huge sword of light condensed in the sky, the Count's eyebrows fiercely twitched. However, to him the most important thing was to restore the twin snake ring to the trial-type Gaia. Gaia remained motionless, her gaze empty and lifeless, as if she was a soulless shell. Count Dekria cautiously approached her. He held the restored black ring in both hands, and gently he put it on the trial-type Gaia's head. Time passed extremely slowly, so slow that Count Dekria felt as if he had returned to his unconscious state. Every second felt like torture to him. You shouldn't have awakened. You shouldn't exist. Count Decria said softly. The black bracelet finally landed on top of her head and slowly slid down. At this moment, the bracelet came to life and turned into two small black snakes. They instantly sank into her long hair and bit the back of her head. Count Decria nervously watched all this. Finally, he heaved a sigh of relief, because the situation wasn't that bad. At this moment, an even more violent tremor came from outside the Decria. On the mountain peak, Taisetsu's light sword had already split open the mountain. In the main control room, most of the effects obtained from the Valkyrie Gaia had disappeared. Count Decria frowned and pressed his hand on the cylinder again. The images that had disappeared were restored. One of them was regarding the Valkyrie Gaia. In the image, the Valkyrie Gaia's body had suffered great damage. Its body had sunk into the rocks and fallen to the ground. Seeing the crack that extended from the left shoulder all the way to the right waist of the Valkyrie, Count Decria was enraged. To actually destroy my masterpiece to such an extent, but Count Decria sneered. A Valkyrie Gaia won't be destroyed so easily. As if to verify Count Decria's words, the wounds on the Valkyrie Gaia's body that had fallen into the depths of the mountain suddenly melted, transforming into a mercury-like liquid that gradually converged. The Valkyrie Gaia slowly recovered. However, it seemed that the Valkyrie Gaia still needed some time to recover. However, Count Decria was unable to withstand the backlash. Before that, to make matters worse, he had to activate some of his origin power to repair the black twin snake ring, which reduced his time. Thus, he clenched his teeth and said with a ruthless expression, "It's time for the royal ship Lesia to reappear." Count Decria placed his palm on the control column again. Instantly, the two huge cylinders that acted as the power source started to rotate crazily. It was constantly paying attention to the outside world. After losing the vision of the Valkyrie Gaia, the Lesia immediately switched to another surveillance method. Looking at the club maid who was inspecting the exposed hull of the Lesia, Count Decria instantly frowned. I don't have the power of the royal family, so the Lesia can't display its full power. It might be difficult to deal with something that can't be calculated. The problem is that the official representative hasn't appeared yet. Is he hiding somewhere? Damn it, what does he want to do? Count Decria suddenly grabbed his hair, his lips moving rapidly. Now, the most important thing is to increase the percentage of my foreign origin. If I can't even become a candidate, everything will be in vain. Brother, while Count Decria was deep in thought, the voice of the trial-type Gaia sounded behind him again. This made Count Decria abruptly turn around. He saw that the trial type that should have returned to control was now staring at one of the many screens in a daze. Brother! On the screen, a young man appeared bit by bit from the distorted air. Brother! The trial type Gaia's body started to tremble slowly. Her body seemed to have rusted for thousands of years, but now she wanted to move. Bit by bit, she moved closer to the young man. Plop! Count Decria fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. He stared at the young man on the screen in a daze. Impossible! Impossible! Count Decria screamed in fear. Impossible! The Eternal Prince has already... In that instant, Count Decria was stunned. He lowered his head to look at the white bone hand on his arm. His trembling hand looked up at the trial-type Gaia and the young man on the screen. He frantically recalled everything that had happened after he woke up. Everything. Before the plan started, the vault had already been opened once. His Gaia Jun had been wiped out, and only the trial type was left. Tei Inzi had arrived by accident. He had used Tei Inzi's foreign origin, and not the high-level black soul that he had used in the Valkyrie battle. Everything seemed to have been created for him, and these sufferings strangely followed one after another. It's you, Cicero. Everything was arranged by you. Count Decria roared in anger. You schemed against me. Even after death, you're still haunting me. At the same time, the trial type, Gaia, held her head in pain and let out a mournful cry that surpassed Count Decria's. On her body, terrifying lightning seemed to have gone out of control as it roamed around her body. The black ring hidden behind her head began to crack. Count Decria was both shocked and furious. The white bone hand that had fused into his arm was trembling nonstop, as if it was going to break away from his arm at any moment. Cicero, you're still not willing to let me inherit your things. Count Decria roared in anger. He suddenly raised his white bone hand and aimed it at the trial type Gaia. The cracked twin snake ring slowly recovered. However, the trial type screams became more and more mournful. The screams penetrated the main control room and were heard by Long Shur and the others who were imprisoned on the metal bridge. They didn't know what was happening inside the sphere. They only felt that a terrifying power, like the rolling sea in a storm, was being compressed inside the sphere. At this moment, Count Decria got up with difficulty and looked at the young man on the screen with a hideous smile. So what if it's the Orthodox one? So what if it's really him? I'm facing your sister. Ha 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 ha. Cicero, don't underestimate me. Gaia, wake up the Lesia for me. Release your royal power. Lu. Release. Bang. A beam of light hit the square outside Penglai Palace, not far from Luocio. The huge energy blasted a corner of the square, and the flying gravel shot toward Luocio. Miss Maid waved her hand, and a black flame flashed by, and the gravel disappeared instantly. Master. Miss Maid looked at her master in a daze. Luocio was holding a roll of paper that he picked up from the ground. At this moment, he slowly opened the roll of paper. The girl in the painting was quiet and beautiful, and the young man beside the chair. They instantly appeared in Luocio's sight. For a moment, Luocio seemed to see something which was illusory. Among the countless stars, the girl slowly fell into the huge vortex that seemed to swallow all the stars. She smiled and cried. Her lips trembled slightly. As if she wanted to say something, the picture flew away. Luocio subconsciously held his forehead and closed his eyes. Master. There was a look of horror on Miss Maid's face. This was the first time she had lost her composure. Luocio opened his eyes and shook his head. He looked at the royal ship in the sky, Lesia, and whispered, Gaia, Master? Luocio murmured, Yuyi, I think. I need to have a vacation. Chapter 1093. The shadow of the Jeanlu sword flew in the square outside the Penglai Palace. After accurately cutting the dense light beams, Taisetsu suddenly turned around. Yuyi, Mississippi, what is the boss doing? Although he had not been with the boss for a long time, Taisetsu had never seen the boss suddenly leave like this. Even for Mississippi, Taisetsu seemed to feel her confusion at this moment. Ensure the safety of the guests first and continue to implement the contract. However, Mississippi, servant girl, quickly ordered. When the master said that he wanted to take a break for a while, the responsibility of running the club had been temporarily transferred to Mississippi's servant girl. In this way, Luocio, as the boss, had to consume a lot of life every moment. What he got was only a right that would not be triggered by the appearance of the customers. But on the other hand, he was free to do what he wanted to do. The master may come back soon. Before he comes back, we have to complete this contract as soon as possible. Mississippi servant girl directly jumped down from the Penglai Palace. 100 Tribulation's Taoist had been knocked down shortly after blocking the light beam of the Lesia. He was injured, but not fatal. The contract only allowed him to withdraw, but it did not guarantee that he would not be injured. Seeing that Mississippi's servant girl had already taken action, Taisetsu, who had used 2 heavenly swords in the Penglai treasure house, had to force himself to stay alert. Although at this moment, he was so tired that he wanted to fall asleep. The first person that Taisetsu went to was Wang Hu. Even under the intensive attack of the huge object, Wang Hu still crazily chased after Gong Sanwua and Gong Fanqing. Taisetsu took a look and saw Wang Hu's appearance clearly. He could not help but sigh. I reminded you to leave first. Alas! Shaking his head, Taisetsu rushed out. At this time, Gong Fanqing, who could not avoid Huang Baifu and had to resist the crazy attack from the Lesia, was finally hit by the light beam. A huge force suddenly exploded in front of Gong Fanqing. She didn't have time to block it and could only minimize the damage she received. However, because of this, she also lost her balance and was blasted from the sky. Gong Fanqing frowned, but she quickly regained her sense of balance. Landing safely was not a problem. But at this moment, she felt that she had crashed into something soft, and there was a force supporting her. Are you okay? Gong Fanqing was stunned. She saw that the mysterious young man who came with the 100 Tribulations Taoist was holding her with one hand and swinging his sword with the other to block the light cannons. The light shone on his chiseled face, reflecting waves of light. Gong Fanqing didn't know why, but she suddenly felt like her heart was beating wildly and only felt a sense of shyness welling up in her heart. That's good. The young man. Taisetsu nodded. Then he directly let go of Gong Fanqing and rushed straight to Wang, who, braving the numerous light cannons. This guy is not bad. Gong Fanqing looked at Taisetsu's back and muttered in a low voice. The light cannons almost covered half of the Penglai treasure vault. Outside, the sound was like thunder, and even the ground seemed to be shaking. However, inside the Lesia, it was very quiet at this moment. It was so quiet that one could hear the light sound of footsteps. Long Shirua heard the sound of footsteps. She lowered her head and slowly raised it. She only felt that the footsteps were approaching. In front of her, Su Zijuan had obviously seen who was approaching earlier. Long Shirua's scattered hair covered Long Shirosite, but she could see Su Zijuan's deflated expression at this time. She looked back hard, but at this moment, the metal cross that trapped her suddenly melted, and she proudly broke free. It's you! Long Shirua fell, slightly after landing. The person who appeared on the metal bridge was the club's boss. Long Shirua always felt that during this period, she had encountered Luocio a little too many times. We meet again, Miss Long. Luocio nodded and simply greeted. Long Shirua couldn't help but be stunned. The person in front of her was the boss of that place she knew. But this meeting was a little different. He was no longer gentle and elegant, giving people a refreshing appearance. At this time, Long Shirua suddenly had a feeling that the boss in front of her was very similar to the one she had met for the first time. But before Long Shirua could think carefully, Su Zijuan, Chichikamaya, and the others also broke free one by one. After landing, Su Zijuan grabbed her wrist and twisted it, frowning and walking over. This Xianyuan royal princess's face was frighteningly gloomy at this time. Under the astonished gaze of Long Shirua, Su Zijuan came in front of Luocio, raising her head and saying, "Do you want to do business with me? I want to buy your head. You can name as many as you want." The rich and overbearing Xianyuan royal princess once again showed Luocio what it meant to do whatever one wanted. But Luocio shook his head this time. "I am very sorry, Miss Zijuan, but I am temporarily unable to do any business with you." "What?" Su Zijuan was stunned and asked in astonishment, "Then what are you doing here?" "I think." Luocio looked at the huge sphere in front of him and said with uncertainty, "I might be here to deal with some personal matters." Because of Luocio's gaze, everyone couldn't help but look at the huge sphere in front of them. Ever since Count de Crea entered, he never came out, but there were several miserable screams that came out from inside. "What do you mean?" Long Shirua frowned. Luocio only shook his head and didn't say anything. He took a step forward. With this step, he appeared directly in front of that huge sphere. "There is an invader from another world inside here. He wants to harm the entire world." Long Shirua's expression changed drastically. She recalled the invader's words. With the help of the Book of Araya, he could rewrite the entire world's history and become the god of the entire world. Long Shirua knew the rules of the club. Even though she didn't know exactly how deep the club's foundations were, she suddenly understood why Count Dacrea wanted to use the Book of Araya to rewrite history. Sacrifice. Long Shirua didn't know what the invader's goal was, but if he wanted to use the entire world's life as a sacrifice, if the world is really going to perish, what can you do? Luocio turned around and glanced at Long Shirua. At least I won't sit and wait for death. Long Shirua said angrily, just because my fate is death, I will accept it? Bullshit. I think so. Luocio smiled faintly and said softly, actually, I like Miss Long's frankness. I hope you can keep it. It's too dangerous here. Let me send you away. Before anyone had time to react, they felt the scene in front of them change abruptly. After that, they appeared outside the Lesia and landed on the square outside the Penglai Palace. Not only Long Shirua, but also Su Zijuan, Chichi Kamaya. Even Xiaoshima, who had just woken up, felt confused. It was as if some efforts would be easily negated. Yes, no matter how hard you tried, it might be useless in the end. Bastard! Long Shirua roared at the sky. Miraculously, even though it was crazily rotating and producing a huge amount of power, the rotating huge metal pillar did not make much noise. Luocio walked forward, and the spherical main control room suddenly split open to reveal an entrance. Clearly, this was the main control room's hatch. Within the control room, there was no normal lighting. Only the light from the large number of screens floating in the air made everything visible. Luocio saw a young lady here, Gaia. Intuition told Luocio that this Gaia before him was different from all the other combat types. Other than Gaia, there was no other existence within the main control room. Luocio frowned. Intuition told him that before he arrived, someone had already left. It was likely Cicero's student. Not encountering Count Dacrea here, Luocio was not too disappointed. He simply walked toward the young lady who had her eyes closed. The young lady looked at Luocio with an empty gaze, without focus, without emotion. What are you looking at? Standing in front of the young lady, Luocio suddenly became absent-minded. He closed his eyes, and some blurry things began to appear in front of his eyes. But it was just a flash, too fast for him to catch. For Luocio, this was an extremely inconceivable thing. As the club's boss, a strange emotion, like an erupting volcano, instantly broke through the limits of Luocio's emotions. Anger, an unprecedented anger, as if it did not belong to him, but it originated from the depths of his soul. Luocio was like a bystander. When this anger erupted, he carefully analyzed it, but what made him shocked was that this anger came too naturally and too intensely. He did not even want to make a rational analysis. It was as if he was willing to let this anger consume him. At this moment, a long spear formed by lightning quietly swung out from the young lady's hand. It directly pierced through Luocio's chest. Luocio opened his eyes. That blurry and unclear mess of information was instantly expelled from his mind. The young lady's hand that was holding the lightning spear kept trembling. The young lady was still expressionless. Her gaze was still empty, without any light, but tears flowed down her cheeks, and on her forehead a golden emblem slowly appeared. Lightning, in an instant, exploded from Luocio's chest. In the main control room, a bolt of lightning exploded. Luocio's body was completely shattered by the lightning, and at this moment, the young lady's hand that was holding the lightning spear dropped down. Large drops of tears flowed out. Her eyes were still like stagnant water without any ripples. In the air, traces of black fog gradually floated, very quickly. This black fog condensed into Count Dacrea. The current Count Dacrea stared at the spot where Luocio's body disappeared. His eyes flashed with a trace of ecstasy. The legends are indeed true. The power of the royal family can really kill an orthodox source. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Wild laughter filled every corner of the main control room. Even if Count Dacrea's body was on the verge of collapse, it could not conceal the ecstasy in his heart. At this moment, Looking at the spot where Luaccio disappeared, Count Decria laughed sinisterly. Although I don't know why you are like him, but he will never return. In order to kill the source, he was already erased long ago. And you are really wasting a gift from heaven. You became an orthodox source, but you didn't raise your compatibility with the source. You only became an orthodox source for a year? What a joke! As he spoke, Count Decria looked at Trial Type Gaia. Looking at her cold face and the two streams of tears, he felt a burst of irritation. You monster! What right do you have to cry? Count Decria suddenly walked in front of Trial Type Gaia and raised his hand. The tears in this girl's empty eyes gave him the urge to destroy her. However, the moment his palm was about to hit the girl's face, Count Decria's palm disappeared in an instant. His hand instantly turned into fog. After turning into fog, it turned into black particles and finally dissipated. Count Decria's eyes suddenly widened. He felt something behind him. Something appeared. Count Decria instantly turned around. Specks of light gathered in the air. Within the gathering of specks of light, a figure gradually became clear. Gradually, Luaccio once again appeared in the main control room. He slowly opened his eyes as if he had just woken up. Count Decria was instantly stunned. He shook his head in fear and didn't know what to do. He opened his mouth. No, you! What you just saw was just an illusion. No, my body was indeed destroyed by a very powerful force. Luaccio expressionlessly looked at Count Decria and said indifferently, and I'm afraid it was completely destroyed on an atomic level. This force is indeed very powerful. Impossible! Count Decria screamed, You're lying! Since you were destroyed to such an extent, you can't revive. Even if you're the official representative of Origin, you can't revive. I don't know how much you know about me or the shop behind me. Perhaps you misunderstood something. Luaccio was still calm, but from the moment I took over, it was clearly written, I won't die. Gaia! In that instant, Count Decria screamed, Won't die. If you don't die, I'll kill you thousands of times, millions of times. As Count Decria screamed, the girl slowly raised the lightning spear in her hands again. Only the speed at which she did so was extremely slow. Her arms seemed to be resisting something. Finally, a trace of struggle could be seen on her numb face. Gaia! Gaia! You want to disobey my orders. The Count's voice suddenly stopped. That black twin snake ring instantly shattered and fell out from the girl's long hair. At the same time, in the main control room, countless unknown whispers sounded from all directions. Perhaps this is the first time in my life that I want to kill someone so much. A faint voice sounded in the main control room. Luaccio walked step by step towards Count Decria. His gaze was so empty that it reminded the Count of the previous trial version of Gaia's gaze. Cold, emotionless, looking at a dead object. Count Decria retreated in fear. He wanted to escape. Completely escape from this place. But his body was unable to move at this moment. The Count tried to use the power from the white bone palm. But what made him feel despair was that the palm shattered bit by bit shattered. At this moment, Count Decria saw a huge door appear behind Luaccio. The moment the door appeared, Count Decria immediately knelt down. The huge door opened a little, and the surrounding whispers were crazily amplified. In an instant from this huge door, black threads shot out. They actually wrapped around Luaccio's body, causing him to involuntarily stop. Luaccio tried to raise his arm, but found that his body was tied up by these black threads and was unable to move. Don't stop me, Luaccio said faintly. If you still want me to continue being the boss, then be quiet. The whispers sounded crazily. The black threads that wrapped around Luaccio didn't loosen. I said, go back. At this moment, anger and Luaccio were completely assimilated. At the same time, the crazy whispers gradually retreated, as if they were unwilling. The black threads broke off one by one on Luaccio's body. The crack in the door slowly closed, and then gradually dissipated. Chapter 1094. As far as he could remember, Count Decria had never suffered such pain before. If there was a standard classification of pain, then the pain he had to endure must have exceeded the highest level by several times, tens of times, or even 100 times. The extreme pain caused Count Decria to be unprecedentedly focused. Countless memories flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. He couldn't help but angrily notice something. The representative of the origin in front of him seemed to be different. The representative of the origin wasn't unkillable. At least, the power of the royal family could kill him. According to legends, the Eternal Emperor had personally killed the representative of the origin and replaced him. But following the death of the Eternal Emperor, the position of the origin's representative was lost. That was why there were so many substitutes in the origin's domain fighting over it. His teacher, Cicero, had been defeated in that battle and left the stage. Thus, Count Decria believed that the representative of the origin's representative could be killed. But if the representative of the origin's representative couldn't be killed, what happened? When did the origin change its rules? Once the origin's representative became an undying existence, then what meaning was there for the substitutes in the origin's domain to exist? This was not fair at all. Not fair. Count Decria frantically shouted in his mind, but the hand that was grabbing his head made him unable to make a sound. He was like a vegetable that could feel all the pain in the outside world. The pain was magnified, but he couldn't make a sound or do anything. This predicament made him feel even worse than death. Time seemed to have been cut into countless segments, and he was forever trapped in each segment. Even if he silently counted the time, he couldn't escape and had no choice but to fall into a cycle. He didn't know how much time had passed. Finally, when Count Decria's consciousness was on the verge of collapse, the pain he was enduring instantly disappeared. This made Count Decria feel as if he had been tossed from the depths of hell into a blissful paradise. But this happiness came suddenly and was short-lived, because in the next moment he once again had to endure the pain that was constantly magnified. It was as if he was being burned by fire, sealed by ice, corroded by strong acid, and bitten by wild beasts. In his mind, every sensitive part that should have existed when he had a real body felt as if they were being pierced by red-hot steel needles. Its rationality was once again on the verge of collapse, and all the pain disappeared in an instant. It once again experienced the bliss of being thrown into heaven, but in a very short time it was once again thrown into the painful hell. How many times? How many times? How many times? Countless times. His mind gradually became numb because it could no longer bear the pain. Finally, perhaps it was just an illusion, but Count Decria felt the pain leave him once more. This time, it did not feel the happiness of being thrown into heaven. He simply stopped because he felt the pain. When Luaccio released his hand from his forehead, Count Decria fell to the ground with a plop. Its eyes were unfocused, and its body was twitching nonstop. Its lips were quivering meaninglessly, and it was making simple and painful gasps. 100 years. Luo stared coldly at the convulsing Count Decria. I'll let you suffer the most extreme pain I can imagine in the spiritual world for 100 years. But Count Decria's eyes regained some focus, and Luaccio's face gradually became clearer. Count Decria instinctively closed his eyes. He did not dare to look. But Luaccio once again lifted Count Decria's body and grabbed his neck. Even so, the anger in my heart can't be extinguished, even if it's only 1%. I really don't like this kind of situation. I should be tormenting you. Give me a quick death. Count Decria's voice trembled. I beg you. It was like the amalgamation of all terrifying existences. It was so calm, but it made Count Decria's soul tremble. He couldn't even tell if the person before him was the true representative of the origin or an enraged demon. Luocio calmly said, "This isn't good. My emotions are out of control. If I simply kill you, I won't be able to calm my emotions, which is even worse. Everyone has a bad side to them. Obviously, I am no exception. But it seems to have been suppressed for too long. What do you want to do?" Count Decria's entire body trembled. 100 years is not enough. 1,000 years, 10,000 years? Luocio looked at Count Decria with an abnormally calm expression. "Or I'll endure this pain for an endless period of time. How about it? Don't worry, I'll make sure your mind doesn't collapse, and you'll always be rational. I even plan to keep you in a positive state. As long as I want to, I can do it. It's just a thought. Gaia. Everything is because of Gaia." Count Decria panicked. "I don't know why you came back, why you can come back, and even become the true representative of this generation. But I can use my technology to restore her. I can turn her into a true empress, as long as you let me go. I'll completely submit to your side. I'll offer my loyalty everything I have. I said before, as long as I want to, I can do anything. Actually, I've always known this. But I'm afraid that once I get used to that state, everything will become tasteless to me." Luocio shook his head. "Do you understand? I don't need any loyalty from you. So, all you have left is the value of dispelling my anger. I'm not reconciled." Count Decria angrily roared. "That's right. I thought of a very good idea." Luocio suddenly put down Count Decria. Under his astonished gaze, Luocio said, "Cicero seems to have left you with some difficulties. Actually, it's fine to tell you. Your teacher seems to be willing to let you inherit everything he has. But he doesn't want you to get it so easily, so he left you with some difficulties. But he only left you with some difficulties and didn't confirm that you'll definitely inherit it." Count Decria could only feel his body disappearing bit by bit. The source of the foreign body was being extracted bit by bit, separated. In Luocio's mind, its consciousness was directly separated from the body, constructed by the foreign body source. "I'll bestow you with a body," Luocio said as he tapped on Count Decria's consciousness. "But it's a very weak body. Perhaps you won't even be able to defeat a wild dog." A frail and powerless body slowly appeared. Count Decria's consciousness slowly fused into this body. He suddenly opened his eyes. The unprecedented frailty made him terrified. "Finally, I'll let you enjoy an inheritance game that you'll never be able to complete." Luocio's voice softly echoed in the main control room like a whisper, causing Count Decria's nerves to instantly tighten. His current heart, was beating frantically. "You won't die. The thing you dream of will always be in front of you, but you'll never be able to touch it." It was as though he was directing a simple play and writing an unchanging script. Luocio's voice made Count Decria kneel on the ground in despair. "You'll always be optimistic and positive. Even if you feel depressed, you'll still be spirited." The script was still continuing. Count Decria fearfully curled up his new body and nervously bit his fingers. "That's right. Every failure will become your motivation. Your desire for what you want in your heart will become your motivation again and again. You will strengthen your conviction each time until you feel that you might be omnipotent, until you continue to fail, then you will continue to try, and then fail again. You will try again, but you will still fail. Thus, you'll be trapped in an endless cycle." "Stop talking." In the main control room, Count Decria painfully hugged his head and let out a hoarse voice. At this moment, he felt his vision darken, and his consciousness instantly fell into a deep sleep. His mind was frantically resisting Luocio's voice, resisting the game he described. He instinctively shut off all his senses. Count Decria fell to the ground and fainted. Luocio closed his eyes and slowly breathed in. When he opened his eyes again, his expression was no longer as cold. Luocio slowly exhaled and opened his palm. A black mist slowly emerged from the center of his palm. Luocio closed his palms to disperse the black mist. His expression became relaxed again, I feel much better." After that, Luocha walked to the girl who had fallen to the ground. She had obviously fainted and was now leaning against a white pillar. Her scattered hair almost covered half of her face. Looking at the girl who seemed to be sleeping peacefully, Luocio's remaining anger slowly subsided. He combed the girl's messy hair and wiped the tears on her face. "You're in my memory, but it's obviously not something that belongs to me now." Luocio placed his finger on the girl's face and felt the smoothness of her skin. Then, "What are you to me?" The girl's eyelashes trembled a few times as if she was about to wake up. At this moment, Luocio carried her up. His body moved faster than his thought. He glanced at the main control room and Count Decria, who had fallen to the ground. He muttered, "It seems that the last suffering Cicero gave you is me." With that, Luocio disappeared from the main control room. At the same time, the Book of Aurea, that was placed on the other pillar, also disappeared. A figure flew up from below. Miss Maid held 100 Tribulations Taoist by the collar and brought him back to the square outside Penglai Palace. Without a doubt, a group of guests who were not originally in the square appeared in Miss Maid's sight. They were Long Shiro and Su Zijuan. "Master." When she saw Su Zijuan appear out of nowhere, Jessica was startled at first. Then she heaved a sigh of relief and ran to Su Zijuan, but Lysia's attack didn't stop. A light cannon came to Jessica's back. Su Zijuan's face changed slightly. But at this moment, a black light flashed, and the light cannon that was about to hit Jessica was cancelled out. Jessica was shocked. When she came back to her senses, she found that it was Miss Maid who saved her. "Miss Jessica, please don't leave the safe distance," Yu Yi said indifferently. "I'm sorry," Jessica said hurriedly. "It's all right now." Yu Yi shook her head. However, she didn't mean that Jessica had survived the ordeal. Instead, she meant that the huge Lesia in the sky had stopped its frenzied light cannon attack. Everything stopped. Yes, everything stopped without anyone noticing. But now the whole Penglai treasure house was like the earth after being hit by a meteor shower, with thousands of holes, the lush forest, the gorgeous terrain, and the treasures that people would chase after and go crazy for were all gone now. Xianyuan Palace was still tenaciously floating in its original position. It was like a city in the sky, floating above the ground. Lesia, which was in the sky, hovered still. Only then did he realize that it was huge. It was like a huge diamond-shaped crystal. Under the sunlight, it emitted a metallic luster. At this moment, Taisetsu came back. He broke a thick and long branch from nowhere and stabbed Wang Hu's back. He carried Wang Hu by the belt of his trousers. By the way, Taisetsu's nose was stuffed with a few pieces of crushed leaves. He looked like a worker who just came back from carrying dung. "They're all here." Miss Maid didn't look at Wang Hu at all. She looked at Long Shirua and the others, then glanced at 100 Tribulations Taoist and Qin Chiu. She said indifferently, "You can leave now." Miss Maid opened a twisted passageway in the square. Seeing this, Taisetsu threw out the special carrying pole in his hand without saying anything. He threw Wang Hu into the crack of the passageway. Then he held his nose and spat out the crushed leaves. Long Shirua frowned. She didn't know what happened on the Lysia and didn't want to leave like this. "Please." Miss Maid waved her hand slightly. "Let's go." Long Shirua gritted her teeth and said. Then she turned around and walked into the passageway. After that, Chichi Kamaya and Ghost Baby had to follow her while holding Xiao Xingma. Su Zijuan looked at the Lysia in the sky thoughtfully and followed them. Jessica had to follow them quickly, but she still greeted Miss Maid before leaving. Chapter 1095. Clouds gathered and dispersed. Under the hovering Lesia, there was a part of the forest that was not too badly damaged after the devastating attack. At this moment, the young girl was leaning against the trunk of a fallen tree and had woken up. A beam of light scattered through the branches of the half-fallen tree. The girl's face was half light and half shadow. "You're awake." When the girl heard the voice, her purple pupils no longer looked so rigid, but they didn't seem to be so lively either. and the previous excitement was gone. Luocho stared at the girl for a while and found that she was just looking at him without moving or blinking. "Can you hear me?" Luocho tried to soften his voice, although he had always been a person who didn't speak loudly. He was particularly gentle at this moment. The girl showed a hesitant look and nodded. Her expression began to become rich, from confusion to uneasiness. She looked around carefully. Everything around seemed to be strange to her. Luocho looked at the girl again for a while and suddenly asked, "How much do you remember?" The girl shook her head. "Name." The girl still shook her head. "What about me?" The girl looked at him seriously for a while and finally shook her head. "It seems that this is the price." Luocho shook his head, walked to the girl, and squatted down. "I'm sorry, I'm afraid that my various abilities now are exchanged for some kind of price. So when I saved you, I may have violated the rules a little, but just this alone didn't deprive me of everything. So I think it may be taking away something I want from you as the price for this, or rather, punishment." The girl looked at Luocho, not fully understanding. Luocho said patiently, "Or let me put it this way, you have some kind of ability that can hurt me. If you want to stay by my side, or if I want to keep you by my side, I can only sacrifice this ability as the price. Or, only when you don't have this ability, you will be judged as safe and harmless for me." The girl still shook her head in doubt. Luocho patted the girl's head. The girl didn't seem to understand, but she enjoyed Luocho's comforting. When Luocho let go of his hand, she even grabbed Luocho's hand and placed it on her cheek. The girl closed her eyes, seemingly unwilling to retaliate. "That won't do. I still have work to do." Under Luocho's gaze, the girl reluctantly let go of her hand. "Can you stand up?" The girl nodded and slowly stood up. However, her body seemed to be very weak, and she couldn't stand steadily. Luocho had to reach out and support her and said, "I just checked your body, and I'm afraid it has some problems. Now that you don't have the support of that power, you will become very weak like a newborn baby." The girl's legs trembled slightly, like a patient with muscle weakness. "Come on, get used to it. I'll walk slowly." Luocho held the girl's hand. The girl nodded. Her lips moved slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but her voice couldn't be complete. Luocho said patiently, "Don't force yourself. It takes a process to adapt." The girl's palms seemed to be a little strong, which seemed to be a burden for her fingers. Luocho glanced at her. He could grasp the girl's body information all the time. Any bit of help he could provide to this girl was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. All of his abilities were useless in front of this girl. The only thing he could do now was to move with her. Luocho looked up at the Lesia in the sky. With a thought, he took the girl away from the forest. Many people left through the passage opened by Miss Maid, but there were also some who didn't leave. For example, Qin Chiyu. For example, Mo Xiaofei, who stood at the entrance of Penglai Palace with his hands clasped behind his back, and Zhu Feng. After Long Shuo and Su Zijuan left first, two figures climbed to the square outside Penglai Palace awkwardly. They were Gong Sanwua and Gong Fanqing. Under the attack of Lizia's light cannons, the two of them ran around and suffered a lot. It was at this time that Lizia stopped, and they had time to climb to Penglai Palace to find out what was going on. In fact, Qin Chiu had found Gong Fanqing and Gong Sanwua earlier, but Lesia was in the middle of the indiscriminate attack, and Qin Chiu couldn't take care of herself, so she couldn't get close. Now that things had calmed down, Gong Fanqing and Gong Sanwua, who had just arrived, obviously found Qin Chiu, or they found the green lotus sword song in her hand. Where does this thing lead to? Gong Sanwua looked at the passage that hadn't been closed and approached it curiously. When he first arrived, he and Gong Fanqing only saw a figure disappearing in the passage. "Gentlemen, this is the way to leave this place," the 100 Tribulation Taoist suddenly said for some unknown reason. Gong Sanwua frowned, staring at the passage suspiciously. Taisetsu was standing behind Miss Maid, which made Gong Sanwoo quite afraid. Even someone as strong as Taisetsu seemed to be dominated by this blonde woman. At the same time, Gong Fanqing's foxy eyes fell on Qin Chiyu. She frowned. You're practicing the Green Lotus sword technique? Why do you have the Green Lotus sword song? What's your relationship with Tai Bai? Qin Chiyu turned her face away, looking at the treasure house under Penglai Palace, and said indifferently, He's my master. Who are you two? Why do you know my master's sword? Master? Gong Fanqing was stupefied, and then looked up and down at Qin Chiyu suspiciously. You're the little fox who turned into a human that Tai Bai took in that year? Qin Chiyu snorted, and her eyes suddenly became sharp. A cyan sword light quietly shot towards Gong Fanqing. But this demoness from 500 years ago chuckled and flicked her finger, breaking the sword light directly. Sword chi is solid, not bad. You've practiced to the 8th level of the sword technique, haven't you? Qin Chiyu didn't change her expression, but she was shocked in her heart. This charming woman could almost figure out the cultivation level of her sword technique with only one sword light. Miss Yu, these two are Gong Fanqing and Gong Sanwoo, Senior Gong Sun. 100 Tribulation Taoist was good at smoothing things over. Seeing that both sides were quite hostile, he walked out directly. You two seem to be trapped here and got out because of our intrusion. As for calling them seniors, it was nothing. 100 Tribulation Taoist was a late bloomer. When he just started cultivating, he was almost 40 years old. At that time, Gong Fanqing and Gong Sanwoo were already geniuses in the Tao world. Gong Fanqing, Gong Sanwoo? Qin Chiyu suddenly heard these two names and frowned. Master killed you too in the East Sea that year. Why are you two still here? Gong Fanqing said with a beautiful smile, Don't you understand? Little fox, of course it's because your master loves me, so he told the outside world that I've been killed. In fact, he's secretly keeping me as his mistress. Tai Bai jinxing and I spent 3 very happy years together. Hearing this, Gong Sanwoo stared at his good cellmate in Alexia and muttered, This woman is so shameless. Nonsense. Don't ruin my master's reputation. But this really infuriated Qin Chiyu, who had always been calm. After a resounding sound of the Green Lotus sword song, dozens of sword lights were shot at the same time, and the one who arrived faster than these sword lights was Qin Chiyu, who was waving her sword. Gong Fanqing didn't dodge this time. She turned her palm, and, surprisingly, her fingers clamped the blade of the Green Lotus sword song. She held the blade and swung it, chopping down the sword lights one by one. Qin Chiyu was shocked. She turned her wrist, and the majestic magic power shook the Green Lotus sword song. Only then did she shake Gong Fanqing's fingers loose. But Gong Fanqing quickly reached out and lightly pressed her palm on Qin Chiyu's abdomen at this time. Qin Chiyu was hit by this palm and immediately turned over and fell back. After she landed on the ground, her face turned solemn. She touched the place where she was pressed by the palm and frowned. It didn't hurt, it was just a very light push. Oh, you pulled out your sword without saying a word. You're really Tai Bai's disciple. Gong Fanqing sighed with emotion. Qin Chiyu frowned. Why should I show mercy? Gong Fanqing giggled, and the twin peaks in front of her chest shook slightly. Silly girl, I'm your master's old sweetheart and half a master's wife. How could I bear to hit you? But girl, I only mentioned it like this, and you're so angry. Could it be that you have some unspeakable feelings for your master? Don't talk nonsense. Qin Chiyu shouted coldly, waving the Green Lotus sword song again. At this moment, the Green Lotus sword song seemed to have sensed the anger in its user's heart and instantly burst out a huge green light. Little vixen, your breasts aren't big, but your temper isn't small. Gong Fanqing laughed tenderly. What should I tell you to do to show respect to your elders? Gong Fanqing also turned over to face it in an instant. Suddenly, the square outside the Penglai Palace was filled with figures flying and sword chi flying everywhere. If this was outside, it would be a terrifying duel. But after witnessing the Penglai treasure house, the combat type Gaia, and Taisetsu's terrifying heaven sword, this kind of high-level duel was much inferior in the eyes of the 100 Tribulation Taoist. However, Gong Fanqing provoked Qin Chiyu and attracted everyone's attention. So Gong Sanwua quietly disappeared. In the dim corridor inside the Penglai Palace, Gong Sanwua shook his head while listening to the faint sounds coming from outside the palace. This woman is really troublesome. Even so, Gong Sanwua didn't stop at this time. He quickly passed through many passages and finally went deep into the Penglai Palace. Soon, he saw the huge crystal that sealed Cicero's body. Gong Sanwua suddenly stopped and looked up at the crystal. Cicero's body seemed to be in a deep sleep, and a strange color flashed across his eyes. At this time, Gong Sanwua took a deep breath and strode toward the huge crystal. But at this time, a very fast figure rushed toward Gong Sanwua. Gong Sanwua frowned and punched at it. The figure and Gong Sanwua quickly punched each other, but the strength of the punch was obviously much weaker, and the figure was blown back. Bang! A monster? When the figure landed, Gong Sanwua saw a young monster, but what surprised him was, "How do you know the royal extreme shocking fist of my clan?" "My elder brother taught me. This little monster." Zhuefeng stared at Gong Sanwua at this time. "Your elder brother?" Gong Sanwua was stunned and seemed to notice something. He instantly turned around and saw a young man slowly walking out of the shadow with his hands clasped behind his back. The young man's temperament was profound, and his whole body exuded a kind of aura that made Gong Sanwua frightened. "Elder brother," Zhuefeng shouted at this time, "this guy is so strong, be careful." And Mo Xiaofei glanced at Zhuefeng casually at this time, and then looked at Gong Sanwua again, saying indifferently, "Your surname is Gong, son?" "Just now, this little monster said that you taught him the royal extreme shocking fist?" Gong Sanwua didn't answer at this time, but asked instead, "Who are you?" "Why do you know the royal extreme shocking fist? One of the supreme martial arts of my clan." Mo Xiaofei said in a deep voice at this time, "The woman outside deliberately stirred up trouble, and you took the opportunity to sneak in here. You two are in perfect cooperation. But why do you want to sneak in here?" "Good guy, I asked you a question and you asked me a question?" Gong Sanwua sneered at this time. "Take my punch. Let me see how much you have learned from the royal extreme shocking fist. And you still say that it is a fake copy." Gong Sanwua's punch came with a shocking momentum, as if an overlord had come to the world. The inside of Penglai Palace was shaking at this moment because of this. However, Mo Xiaofei had no fear at this time. He looked up at Gong Sanwua's figure and snorted coldly, "Humph! Except for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, you don't deserve to be called a king in front of me." Gong Sanwua's unparalleled momentum disappeared in an instant, and a terrifying power directly suppressed him like Mount Tai at this moment. Gong Sanwua's punch backfired, and the vigorous true power rampaged in his body. Finally, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The most important thing about the royal extreme shocking fist was momentum. Without the domineering momentum, it was impossible to activate this supreme martial art. This momentum could be repelled, but it couldn't be suppressed. But at this moment, Gong Sanwua's domineering momentum was forcibly suppressed. Moreover, this suppression was a more terrifying emperor's aura. Royal extreme shocking fist, the highest realm of the royal extreme shocking fist? Gong Sanwua said in fear at this time, Who are you? Except for the ancestor Yellow Emperor, no one can practice to the highest realm." Chapter 1096. Wiping off the blood at the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, Gong Sanwua slowly stood up and fixed his eyes on Mo Xiaofei. He frowned and said, "You still call yourself I?" And Mo Xiaofei ignored Gong Sanwua's confusion and said indifferently, "The Gongsun clan of Shenyuan Palace has done a great service to protect the country. I'll pardon you for trespassing here. Leave now. From now on, You're not allowed to step into this place. Gong Sun still frowned. I've read in the files of our clan that the highest martial art was only taught once. But that person died early. Are you his descendant? Not only that, you actually passed on the strongest martial arts of our clan to a demon? Do you know you violated the taboo of Xianyuan Palace? I'll impart my martial arts to whoever I want to. Even if the Yellow Emperor is alive, he can't stop me. Mo Xiaofei snorted. Gong Sun clan's descendant, leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me for not remembering the kindness of giving you the Emperor's shocking world scripture. When the heavens were angry, millions of corpses would fall. At this moment, Mo Xiaofei not only had an unparalleled momentum, but also a shocking, murderous aura. He was just standing in front of Gong Sun, but Gong Sun's qi and blood were unstable and his body couldn't move. But Gong Sun wasn't willing to leave like this. He forcibly activated the surging true force in his body to resist the pressure from Mo Xiaofei. He gritted his teeth and said, "What's the secret of this place? Why are you guarding the person in the crystal?" However, Gong Sun seemed to have underestimated Mo Xiaofei's patience and temperament, as well as the decisiveness and ruthlessness of an emperor who would not change his words once he opened his mouth. Die! At this moment, Mo Xiaofei stretched out 2 fingers and pointed at Gong Sun instantly. At this moment, Gong Sun's face changed dramatically. The mysterious young man in front of him had the aura of a supreme emperor that could only be found in the imperial ancestral temple in Xianyuan Palace, where the relics of the Yellow Emperor were enshrined. Gong Sun only felt that his heart was beating wildly, as if it was being held by a big hand and would be crushed at any time. Kill! Gong Sun was shocked. Life and death seemed to be decided in an instant. Gong Sun was so shocked that he couldn't care too much. He gritted his teeth, and a white flame that seemed to have materialized appeared on his body. The white flame formed a shadow behind Gong Sun. It roared and forcibly helped Gong Sun resist Mo Xiaofei's kill words. Xianyuan Zhanhuan? Mo Xiaofei snorted and said in a deep voice, "I've already spoken. Even Xianyuan Zhanhuan must die." In the white flame, Gong Sun coughed out another mouthful of blood. He was shocked. How could he care about the person sealed in the crystal behind him? At this moment, Gong Sun quickly took out a jade slip from his bosom and crushed it. "Woman, retreat!" Gong Sun's voice was like a huge bell, and the sound waves rushed out of the Penglai Palace. At the same time, the jade slip broke and turned into a white light, wrapping around Gong Sun. The white light flashed, and Gong Sun disappeared in front of Mo Xiaofei and Zhuifeng at the same time. A living guy suddenly disappeared. This situation seems familiar. Zhuifeng was stunned. Looking at the gloomy expression of Mo Xiaofei at this moment, he hesitated and said, "Brother, why did this guy suddenly disappear again?" However, Mo Xiaofei was silent at this time. He frowned and said, "This person has a dragon jade slip in his hand. He can freely teleport out of Penglai Palace." Zhuifeng blinked. Dragon jade slip? Mo Xiaofei narrowed his eyes slightly. He stared at the body of a mortal Penglai sealed in the crystal and said indifferently, "The dragon jade slip was secretly made by Su Fu without telling me. It is the key to enter Penglai. There are 3 pieces in total. This person actually has 1. Su Fu! Oh, Su Fu! It seems that you still want to resurrect immortal Penglai?" With that said, Mo Xiaofei was stunned. He turned around and walked out of the Penglai Palace quickly. Since Gong Sun had 1 jade slip, then the woman he mentioned before he left probably also had a dragon jade slip. At this time, Zhuifeng, who had long been accustomed to Mo Xiaofei leaving capriciously, sighed and quickly chased after him. "I'll find a chance to find that boss later and ask him to help my brother return to normal." In the square outside Penglai Palace, In the face of Qin Chiyu's dense sword qi, Gong Fanqing looked quite calm. Or in other words, she had completely gained the upper hand. Little girl, you have reached the Tao querying realm, but your mastery of the Green Lotus Sword Codex is still lacking. Gong Fanqing's charming laughter didn't stop. How did Tai Bai teach you? It's a swordsmanship codex full of emotions. But he taught you to refine such a cold and otherworldly sword? If I were your Green Lotus Sword song, I'm afraid I'd hide and cry. The killing intent in Qin Chiyu's sword qi suddenly increased greatly. At this time, an anxious roar came out from the Penglai Palace. Gong Fanqing's face slightly changed, but she restrained herself in an instant. She chuckled. Little girl, when you practice the 9th level of the Swordsmanship Codex, I'll accompany you to practice some moves. With that, Gong Fanqing took out a white jade slip from her sleeve. While crushing it, she smiled charmingly at Taisetsu, who was eating the cinnabar fruit. Little brother, we'll meet again if fate wills it. Taisetsu was almost swallowed by the core of the cinnabar fruit. As if he had seen a ghost, he rolled his eyes and said, You'd better go find the guy who hid you in his golden house. It's just a joke. Gong Fanqing smiled meaningfully at this time. Taisetsu suddenly shivered. Miss Maid looked at Taisetsu abruptly. Taisetsu had to look away innocently, pretending that he didn't know anything, and continued to eat the fruit. In all honesty, he didn't do anything. Don't try to escape. At this moment, Qin Chiyu shouted coldly. The Green Lotus sword song burst out tens of thousands of sword light, instantly splitting the square outside the Penglai Palace. However, at the moment when the sword light was about to cut Gong Fanqing, a white light flashed and Gong Fanqing disappeared. The sword light that couldn't tear Gong Fanqing apart directly chopped at the entrance of the Penglai Palace, leaving a huge crack. Qin Chiyu's face was as cold as ice. Looking at the place where Gong Fanqing disappeared, there was a strong killing intent in her eyes. Why did they disappear? 100 Tribulation, Taoist frowned, looking at Miss Maid confusedly. Miss Maid said indifferently, Don't worry, they have their own way to leave, so it won't be your fault. 100 Tribulation Taoist didn't feel relieved because of this. Instead, he was vaguely worried. If Gong Sanwua and Gong Fanqing had a way to leave, why were they willing to be trapped here? At this time, Qin Chiyu walked directly to the passage opened by Yu Yi. Miss Maid suddenly said, Miss Qin, you haven't returned to the shop for a long time. I'm afraid I need to remind you that time won't stop because of your absence. No need. Qin Chiyu looked back, then walked into the passage with a cold face. Go ahead. Yu Yi nodded, saying nothing more. The moment Qin Chiyu left, the space in the square twisted. After that, Luoqiu appeared beside Yu Yi with the girl. The moment he saw the girl, Taisetsu tore off the necklace on his neck, and the Zhanlu sword appeared. Unexpectedly, Miss Maid waved her hand, indicating Taisetsu not to be impulsive, and looked at Luoqiu. The girl directly hid behind Luoqiu, hugging Luoqiu tightly, even slightly trembling. Luoqiu had to pat the girl's hand. It's okay, he's just worried about me, he won't hurt you. The girl still hugged Luoqiu's waist tightly, and Luoqiu didn't have a good way to comfort her. Master, who is this? At this time, Miss Maid approached with a trace of doubt. She'll follow me in the future. Luoqiu kept silent for a moment. She's my younger sister, and her name is... Master's younger sister? Yu Yi opened her mouth slightly. Even someone as omnipotent as her couldn't digest this information instantly. Is there a problem? No. Miss Maid quickly shook her head, respectfully retreating half a step. You'll take care of Luoya in the future. Luoqiu said softly, Thank you for your hard work. Miss Maid shook her head slightly. Luoqiu patted the girl, Luoya's hand, and Luoya reluctantly released her hands. Luoqiu looked at Luoya. I have something to deal with. You follow this sister first. She'll treat you well, don't be afraid. Luoya looked at Miss Maid hesitantly, only to see Miss Maid showing a gentle smile at this time. Luoya clenched her fists nervously and slowly walked to Miss Maid's side. At this time, Mo Xiaofei and Juefeng walked out of Penglai Palace quickly, and Luochio walked directly to Mo Xiaofei. Mo Xiaofei met Luochio for the second time in a short time. But before Mo Xiaofei spoke, Luochio took the initiative to say, "I've bought Penglai Palace from His Majesty." Hearing this, Mo Xiaofei looked surprised, then he frowned and said in a deep voice, "You want me to buy Penglai Palace?" "Penglai Palace is currently judged to belong to His Majesty," Luochio said indifferently. "Since I want it, I can only choose to buy it. Of course, there are other options, but I don't want to do that. It's always others who buy what you need." Mo Xiaofei stared at Luochio and asked word by word, "I'm just doing it as an individual." Luochio shook his head. Mo Xiaofei pondered for a moment. "One condition." "Your Majesty, please say." Mo Xiaofei said in a deep voice, "From now on, no one is allowed to enter this place again." "Including His Majesty?" "Including me." Mo Xiaofei nodded. "If you can guarantee it, Penglai Palace will belong to you from now on." Luochio nodded. "Then, thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty. From now on, except for me, no one can step into this place again." Mo Xiaofei took a deep breath, vaguely dissatisfied, but he concealed it well. However, with the heart of the emperor and the dignity of the emperor, it was difficult for him to accept such a situation. So Mo Xiaofei snorted coldly and strode toward the exit passage. Seeing this, Juefeng was a little anxious. He didn't expect that his elder brother would leave so abruptly. I'll go back and find you." At this time, Juefeng had to leave quickly, and then followed Mo Xiaofei into the passage. After that, Luochio looked at 100 Tribulation Taoist. As for the 100 Tribulations Taoist, he seemed to have been prepared for this. After letting out a long sigh, he walked over calmly. Taking advantage of this gap, Miss Maid suddenly said to Taisetsu, "You go and bring Tei Inzi back. After being missing for so long, it's time to explain it." Taisetsu gave a start. "Teinzi? That metal dog in heat like a teddy poodle?" But her tone is a little scary. "Achoo!" A metal dog in heat like a teddy poodle sneezed. It had to be said that the metal body made by Count Decria was very strong. Even after falling from such a height, Tei Inzi was still alive. However, Tei Inzi was in despair at this time. He looked up at the Penglai Palace, suspended at an unknown height. "How can I go up? I can't go up, can I?" Tei Inzi broke a branch from somewhere and held it, limping forward. Suddenly, some strange sound startled Teinzi. He carefully parted the grass, and a huge Gaia appeared in front of him. This Gaia was much bigger than any he had seen before. This was the one that suddenly appeared and chased Taisetsu all the way. Teinzi was startled at first, and then he was scared out of his wits. But he found that this huge Gaia, Valkyrie, was seriously injured. Its body was almost split open. However, the part of the Valkyrie that was split open was starting to repair itself. Teinzi was stunned. He timidly climbed up the Valkyrie's body and carefully observed it. At this time, from the Valkyrie's serious wound, he saw a strange ball, about the size of a basketball. "What is this?" Teinzi couldn't hold back his curiosity and poked the ball with the branch. Unexpectedly, the ball suddenly changed shape, and at the same time, the Valkyrie suddenly opened its eyes. This scared Teinzi, and he immediately rolled down from the Valkyrie's body. The air was flowing. The Valkyrie's damaged body slowly floated up. Survival system activated. Preparing displacement. Detecting displacement coordinates. Teinzi. Currently detecting 3 nearest coordinates. Requesting host to issue command. Requesting host to issue command. Request failed. Randomly selecting displacement coordinates. Selection successful. Preparing displacement. Teinzi. The space in front of him distorted little by little, and the huge Valkyrie's body followed the distortion, twisting and twisting, until it finally disappeared. Taeunzi looked at this scene in a daze. If not for the huge mark left by the Valkyrie, he would have thought that he was hallucinating. As for where the Valkyrie went, Taeunzi didn't care. At the same time, a figure quickly flew down from above and appeared in front of Taeunzi, reaching out his hand and lifting Taeunzi up. "It's Lee." Taeunzi clearly recognized the guy in front of him. The guy who slapped him down from above. Sorry, I didn't know you were a colleague at that time." Taisetsu immediately laughed. Ye asked me to bring you back to explain. Oh, by the way, it seems a bit weird here. What happened?" Taeunzi was not in the mood to explain to Taisetsu what happened. Hearing that it was the maid's order, Taeunzi panicked. "Bro, can we make a deal?" Taeunzi said with a serious face. "What? Can you pretend that you didn't see me?" Taisetsu smiled. "Let me send you to heaven." Outside the Penglai Palace, 100 Tribulation Taoist, who had prepared himself mentally, looked quite relaxed at this moment. He came to Luochio with a smile on his face and cupped his hands. "Boss Luo, thank you for saving some unnecessary losses for Kelowna and the Taoist and Monster Realm. I'm very grateful." Luochio looked at 100 Tribulation Taoist and suddenly said, "Mister, according to the contract, we will take your life and soul after we evacuate everyone safely. But the service time is not up yet. If I give you some time, what are you going to do?" 100 Tribulation Taoist was stunned. Then he thought for a while and sighed. "Probably go back to Kunlun Mountain and enjoy the scenery." "Is that enough?" Luochio asked curiously. 100 Tribulation Taoist sighed. "I went to Kunlun at 30 years old, succeeded in Qi training at 50 years old, and reached Foundation establishment at 70 years old. I have always been slower than others in my cultivation. I can't compare with those geniuses of my generation, and Juanxiu has gradually caught up with me. Maybe it's because of my good luck that I have a longer life. I reached the Tao querying realm by accident, but I've been satisfied for a long time. I've tried to live forever. I've tried to show my divinity, and I've realized my dream before cultivation in these 1,000 years. Face life and death calmly. Even if you give me time, I don't have the ability to cultivate beyond the Tao querying realm, and I can't do it. Instead of being obsessed with cultivation and fighting, it's just a dream in vain. I'd rather watch the clouds above Kunlun Mountain slowly fade away. Let the people who come later worry about the future. Every generation has its own responsibilities. If I don't let go, I'll be scolded as an old man." As he speaks, 100 Tribulation Taoist looks at the huge Lexia and the heavily damaged Penglai treasure vault. He recalls the thrilling experiences in the Penglai treasure vault and shakes his head. Actually, what kind of immortal path is there in this world? It seems to be the end of power, but there may be more powerful powers in the future. Immortal may not be the end. The pursuit is endless. I've been free for 1,000 years, and this immortal path is considered to be over, okay? Old man, if I have time, I'll visit you at the Kunlun Mountain." Luochio smiled. 100 Tribulation Taoist said casually, "Then it might be faster. I don't think I have much time left, right?" Luochio said calmly, "If there are no accidents, you should be able to live to the limit of your current realm. Of course, if there are new breakthroughs in the future and your life form changes, it's hard to say if you can live longer." The 100 Tribulations Taoist couldn't help but be stunned. "I can still live for so long? There's a lady who paid for you." Luochio smiled and said she doesn't like to owe people things. "Who?" 100 Tribulation Taoist asked in disbelief. "About this, I'm afraid I have to keep it a secret for my guest." Luochio waved his hand. 100 Tribulation Taoist was stunned and left this place. After a while, Des climbed to the Penglai Palace Square. He was still carrying a thing that had no limbs, looked like a dead dog, and exuded a desperate gaze. Then a white light flashed, and the square outside Penglai Palace was empty. This place fell into a dead silence. Silence reigned. It was terrifyingly quiet. One could even hear the sound of heartbeat and breathing. Count Decria looked at his bloody hands, trembling, and reached out to the huge crystal in front of him. Almost there, almost there, almost there, almost there, almost there. Count Decria fervently dug through the crystal. Looking at the body sealed in the crystal, he seemed to be constantly bursting with power. Almost there, it's almost there. Finally, the crystal broke. Count Decria reached out his hand in ecstasy, wanting to grab the body in the crystal. But at that moment, Count Decria's vision suddenly turned black. In an instant, the crystal returned to its original shape, and so did the wounds on his hands. He was back to the starting point. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Count Decria's roar of anger and unwillingness could be heard in the hall. He knelt on the ground and powerlessly hammered the hard floor as he cried, "I don't want it any more! I don't want it any more! I don't want it any more!" Chapter 1097. Timeline when the boss entered the Penglai treasure house. After searching for nothing, Song Hauran had to take his men back to the temporary camp. Inform the others to search for the whereabouts of Suzuki and his son. Also, keep an eye on the remaining people of Suzuki Kai. After Song Hauran quickly gave the order, he began to recall what had happened that night. This was not the first time he came into contact with the mysteries. Every time he came into contact with the mysteries, he would feel fascinated by this unconventional power. In the depths of the Imperial Mausoleum, the strange arrangement was still lingering in Song Hauran's mind. While Song Hauran was pondering, a veteran of the Song family quickly came over, looking anxious. What happened? Song Hauran asked calmly. "Master, we found Instructor Songda and Instructor Song Air. In addition, the situation is a bit tense." Song Hauran was stunned and then hurriedly asked for clarification. It turned out that the people who were rescued from the crystals were all white-haired at the beginning, as if they would die at any time. But after being rescued, these people began to gradually recover, just like spring returning to the earth after a long drought. Songda and Song Air also woke up after recovering their youth. They were really shocked to find that they were surrounded by familiar faces from the Song family village. Not only Songda and Song Air woke up, but those who were rescued also woke up at this time. Because of the edict, those who had been secretly taken away were all from the Taoist and demon realms of the Divine Land. When they woke up and saw that they were surrounded by a group of well-armed mortals, they immediately confronted the Song family. In a tent, Song Hauran held a cup of brewed coffee, warming his cold palms. In addition to him, Songda and Song Air were also here, standing behind Song Hauran. In front of Song Hauran, there were a few people of different genders and different outfits. There seemed to be people or creatures of different races. One of them claimed to be the secretary of the Kelowna Taoist Association. The other was a warrior of the Azure Dragon clan, and there was also a beautiful girl who claimed to be the young master of the Greedy Wolf clan. There were also a few Taoist priests and a guy who called himself a demon. These guys were all representatives of those rescued from the depths of the Imperial Mausoleum. At this moment, they were negotiating with Song Hauran about this matter. Originally, to these Taoists and demons with supernatural powers, the humans in front of them might have been well equipped. But they did not think much of them. If the mortals didn't send out planes, tanks, or even high-tech weapons, the Taoist priests and demons wouldn't be so afraid. But at this time, the Purple Star young master of the Greedy Wolf clan stood up and said that everyone was saved by the Song family. If not for this, the Divine Prefecture would have welcomed a huge disaster. In fact, there was no lack of talents among the Taoist priests and demons captured by the bronze-masked man as sacrifices. Some of them had guessed the truth of the matter from the bronze-masked man's words when they were awake while trapped. The Emperor's edict was just a scam, and many of the Taoist priests and demons had obviously jumped into the trap because they were possessed. At this time, the man who called himself the secretary of the Kelowna Taoist Association named Su Mubai from Mount Qingqing spoke first. I didn't expect that we would be saved by a group of mortals. Your young master Song, right? Song Haoran was very mysterious. He had read a lot of ancient books and was good at conversing with people. He was very eloquent and did not mind being addressed like this. He smiled and said, "Dao Leader Su, you can just call me Little Song." It seemed that this was a relatively common form of address in China, and there was nothing wrong with being polite. This seemed to originate from the influence of a certain person. Song Haoran always felt that there was a person who was humble and polite around him during this period of time. Who was it? He couldn't remember. Okay. Su Mubai clearly liked Song Haoran's modesty at this moment. Then his expression turned serious. "Little Song, although we don't have much contact with government agencies, we have special channels to get a lot of information. You guys shouldn't be from the country, right?" Song Haoran shook his head directly. Su Mubai frowned and said, "As far as I know, the country has very strict control over the aristocratic families. I think these people outside are full of killing intent. I'm afraid they have been through a lot of killing. Little Song, you're not from the country, right?" "My home is on the other side of the ocean," Song Haoran said frankly at this time. "I came back this time because the elders in my family wanted to experience the feeling of returning to their roots. So I came back to celebrate the new year. Secondly, it was because I received a business to explore the mausoleum inside. I just didn't expect to encounter so many incredible things in this mausoleum." Su Mubai stared at Song Haoran without blinking, as if he wanted to see through him. In fact, not only Su Mubai, but the rest of the people in the tent were also observing Song Haoran's expression. These gazes made Song De and Song Air behind Song Haoran feel a chill down their backs. At this time they couldn't help but admire this young master's nerves. Should they say that he was not afraid of death, or that this person's courage was boundless? "Young Master Song, can you explain the cause and effect?" The young master of Purple Star, who had been silent, suddenly asked. Song Haoran nodded and said, "It's like this. It was about a month before the new year in the country." Song Haoran briefly explained the cooperation with the Li family, and there was almost nothing to hide. Young Master Song had a lot of dealings with transcendents, among which the one he had the deepest friendship with was Mr. Blind, who was supported by his family. He was very clear about the temperament of this kind of person. Don't play smart in front of these people, speak frankly and act like a grandson. Will make the other party feel very bad. After a while, Song Haoran had already explained the whole story from beginning to end. Su Mubai pondered for a moment, then said, "Well, about the Li family you mentioned, we will find someone to verify it later. As for the Suzuki father and son you mentioned at the same time, what's going on? The Onmyoji of Japan?" Song Haoran said frankly, Hiruxin Suzuki said so. "In fact, it's the first time I've seen a real Onmyoji, just like the first time I've seen you all." "Young Master Song, we need to talk about something, may I?" Zixing suddenly said at this time. Song Haoran nodded and directly left with Song De and Song Air. When the tent came, this group of Taoist monsters who escaped began to discuss. Only now did Su Mubai have the time to ask some questions. "Young Master Purple Star, I didn't expect that even you would be captured by the mysterious bronze man." This poor Taoist observed for a while and found that this poor Taoist should be the last to be captured. How was young Master Purple Star captured? Zixing said indifferently, "Two of my clansmen are missing. They are only investigating the movements of the people who received the edict under my instructions. They will not act in private, so there is no case of death in a secret fight. I felt that things were strange, so I personally investigated. Later, I found some clues, so I followed all the way here. I didn't expect to be captured." "What clues?" A monster frowned at this time. Zixing looked at this monster indifferently. The other party also sensed that his tone was somewhat bad, so he said at once, "Please explain, young Master Zixing. After all, this concerns more than 200 demons and Taoists outside the tent." Zixing said indifferently, When the clansmen I sent to investigate disappeared, they left me a signal for help. I tracked them all the way here, so I came here." "I see." Su Mubai nodded and then said, "Everyone who has an impression of the Li family?" "I know a little," Adawa said. "The Li family is a family in the country that has been passed down for a long time. The earliest trace can be traced back to the Tang dynasty or even earlier. In the modern era, they are still engaged in this part of the work, but they have some connections with the country behind the scenes. In addition, our sect has some dealings with the Li family in the secular world, mainly to buy some cultural relics that the Li family discovered. Of course, the Li family does not know that we are behind this. Similar things happened in almost all the different sects in the Tao world in order to find out if there were any things accidentally left behind by senior experts in the antique market. I see that Song Haoran looks calm. He should not be hiding anything." Su Mubai stroked his beard and said, "However, the Yinyang masters of this island nation seem somewhat suspicious. In addition, the secret passage map of the Qin Emperor Mausoleum actually overlaps with the Emperor Cave Abode we discovered. It seems that the mysterious bronze-masked man deliberately transformed the Qin Emperor Mausoleum into the Emperor Cave Abode and set up this scam. This is a serious matter. We need to discuss it with Taoist Master 100 Tribulations, Perfected Huanyang, and a few leaders of the Demon Clan as soon as possible." This was not a problem, and everyone quickly agreed. But how should we deal with these mortals outside? A Taoist could not help but raise his doubts. It was a great shame that so many elites of the Tao world and demon world had been captured by a mysterious person. Furthermore, they had been discovered by mortals. This was probably a stain that would be difficult to wash away. However, it was not false that the Song family had saved so many people at once. This meant that everyone present owed the Song family a favor. The Demon Clan was more casual and might not care, but Tao cultivators valued karma. This matter is indeed difficult to handle. Su Mubai could not help but frown. "Why don't we accept the Song family and let them join our Kelowna Transcendent Society?" A Taoist suddenly suggested. This Song family's background is already a top-notch, wealthy family among mortals. Giving them wealth is probably just icing on the cake. There has never been such an arrangement. Su Mubai shook his head and said, "We had an agreement with that great ancestor back then. As long as the agreement is still there. How about this? Let's discuss this matter later. I will bring up the matter of the Song family at the next meeting of the association. As for how to deal with it, we will discuss it at that time. You bunch of bullnoses are really so fussy." That Cyan Dragon Clan warrior laughed coldly. "My Cyan Dragon Clan does not have so many rules and regulations. Although this Song family is a human, they have indeed saved my clansmen. If you don't accept them, I will directly take them in as my subordinates when I return." "Calm down, Commander Tsong," Su Mubai said. "We will definitely discuss the matter of the Song family in the future. As for how to deal with it properly, let's leave it to the higher-ups to decide." Up to you. I am going back to Kuinpeng Villa now. I have no time to deal with you." Commander Tsong waved his sleeves and left. Su Mubai only shook his head with a helpless expression. There had always been friction between Taoists and demons. This time, they were all saved by a mortal family. There were too many uncertainties in this matter. Then I will also take my leave. Zixing also stood up at this time. "Taoist Elder Su, after your return, please inform President Bai Jie as soon as possible. See you later. Zixing Young Master, take care." These Taoists rescued from the depths of the Imperial Mausoleum did not take long to disperse. Under Song Haoran's instructions, the warriors of the Song family just pretended not to see them. Although these Taoists seemed to have left, Song Haoran was secretly pleased at this time, because before these Taoists left, almost all of them came to him in groups. Each of them left something similar to a token and said something similar. "Young Master Song, this is my personal token. If Young Master Song needs help in the future, you can take this token and come to find me. Song Haoran stayed in the tent alone. Looking at the various tokens that were spread all over the ground, he chuckled. The Taoists did not know, but Taoists valued their promises very much. So, if half of the tokens here could be used, it would be a batch of very terrifying resources. TSK, it was not easy to come back to pay respects to the ancestors. Immediately I hit the jackpot. It seems that I have to come back more often in the future. Song Haoran narrowed his eyes. However, the Song family seemed to have been very lucky during this period. At this time, Songda and Song Air walked in. When they saw the pile of tokens that Song Haoran casually threw on the ground, their eyes widened in shock. Song Haoran put away the items and looked at Songda and Song Air. Mr. Da, Mr. Air, aren't you going to tell me why you are here? Songda and Song Air looked at each other. Songda said, "We followed blind all the way here. Later, he stayed in a place called Crouching Dragon Villa. We were not bored. We came out to wander around and accidentally entered this dangerous place. I'm afraid you have to ask Blind about this." "How do we get there?" Song Haoran asked directly. Songda, "Shall we lead the way?" Song Haoran pondered for a while. Then he opened the tent flap and saw that it was already morning outside. This torment had lasted for an entire night. "How about this? Come with me to see Father first. It'll be easier to explain." Songda and Song Air could only nod. They also had Song San. The three brothers had been raised by the Song family for more than 20 years. They also had some feelings for old Master Song. Later, Song Haoran asked people to tie up the remaining people of Suzuki Kai to the rented tour buses outside. Then, some of them drove to the ancestral home of the Song family. The mysterious woman found in the depths of the imperial mausoleum was now in the back seat of an off-road vehicle. Song Haoran personally watched over her. Looking at the sleeping woman, Song Haoran couldn't help but touch her cheek with his finger. "What exactly are you?" "Master, it's all packed up," a person temporarily reported outside the car. Song Haoran nodded and waved his hand. The car slowly drove out of this place. Song Haoran took one last look at the entrance and muttered to himself, "I feel like something is missing. One person was missing." Chapter 1098. When Su Mubai led a group of people back to the Crouching Dragon Villa, he realized that things were much more serious than he had imagined. The members of the Tao Association, who had escaped from the Bronze-Masked Man, had not expected that the big shots of the Tao world and the leaders of the Demon Clan would disappear overnight. The headquarters of the administration had already taken over this matter in a hurry. At the Song family's campsite outside the Imperial Mausoleum, the Ravenous Wolf's young master, Purple Star, told Su Mubai to meet him later. Su Mubai had not expected this to happen so quickly. That afternoon, the group led by Purple Star received a message from the administration after failing to find anything at the Kuin Peng Villa. They rushed to the Crouching Dragon Villa. In the meeting room, a very young man who looked at most 25 or 26 years old was expressionlessly introducing himself to the Tao demons led by Su Mubai and Purple Star. "I'm Yen Xiaoxi, the section chief of the Special Affairs Department of the administration. I'm in charge of handling the Mount Tai case. I hope everyone can cooperate with me." All the Tao demons in the meeting room frowned as they looked at the young man who was speaking. In their opinion, Yen Xiaoxi was really young. However, this young man was already in a high position. His divine light was restrained, and there was a faint fluctuation of a special power in his body. The administration was a very special department. It was not a place where the country's high officials would arrange juniors to gain experience. In the administration, if one did not have a certain level of ability, one might not be able to manage a group of subordinates sent by various sects and demon clans. "Everyone, look at the screen." Yen Xiaoxi asked someone to turn on the projector. Groups of photos flashed slowly on the screen. Yen Xiaoxi looked at everyone solemnly and said, "This was taken in the valley. We call it the Jade Dragon Pillar. If you have any doubts about the Jade Dragon Pillar, please take a look at the document in your hands." I won't say anything else. The rustling sound of documents being flipped was heard. Yan Xiaoxi continued, according to the information provided by everyone here, as well as the information that we have on hand, we've come to a conclusion. On page 17 of the document, the Mount Tai case, this time is suspected to be the work of the missing Tianxin, the 71st generation. His motive is very likely to be to repeat the tragedy that happened at the Penglai Convention 40 years ago. I believe that many of you have experienced that tragedy. So in order to prevent another tragedy from happening, we have to stop Skyheart's 71 generation scheme. Silence filled the conference room as Yan Xiaoxi began to give a detailed report about the Mount Tai incident. Time slowly passed. Based on what I've said, there are two things we need to do urgently. Yan Xiaoxi put down the laser pointer in her hand and scanned everyone present. Firstly, and most importantly, we have to find the 71st generation Tianxin. Secondly, find the elites of the Taoist and Demon Association who mysteriously disappeared at the scene of the first Jade Dragon Pillar. At this moment, Yan Xiaoxi paused for a moment. Over here, the authority can invite all of you to join the temporary handling team. Before the meeting, I had a simple contact with Priest Su Mubai and Young Master Purple Star, and we reached a consensus that Priest Su Mubai and Young Master Purple Star will temporarily serve as the vice leaders of the group. Aren't there a lot of people in the agency? Why do they need to gather us? You guys usually watch over us like we're your grandsons. What? Now that you can't do it, you want us to help you. An uncoordinated voice suddenly interrupted Yan Xiaoxi from the back of the conference room. Everyone looked over and realized that it was a horse-faced man who was sitting in the demon's area. Yan Xiaoxi shifted her gaze onto the horse-faced demon and said solemnly, "It's the new year now, and a few national leaders are on a state visit. We need to mobilize enough manpower to ensure the safety of the important members. Also, for captains and more than 100 members of the agency have gone missing during this incident. We don't have enough manpower at the moment, so we need to gather everyone." Yan Xiaoxi looked around again and continued, "However, I have to emphasize that we're not asking for your opinions this time. Instead, it's based on the content of the agreement. When there is a major disaster in the country, the Taoist and Demon Association will have to put aside all conflicts and listen to the instructions. If there are any rebels during the process, we can carry out the relevant punishment according to the severity of the situation." Ha ha ha. The horse-faced man couldn't help but burst into laughter and interrupt Yan Xiaoxi again. What a joke! The agreement has been around for so many years, and yet there are still fools who still take it seriously. Yan Xiaoxi, right? I, Junbo and Tian, have made myself clear. You want me to listen to your instructions? No way. I don't care what the 71st generation Tian XN wants to do, but I'll settle the score with him personally for plotting against me. I'm not going to participate in this stupid meeting. If you want to stay here and listen to my nonsense, you may stay. Junbo Wentian then flung his sleeves and walked out of the conference room. At this moment, Yan Xiaoxi watched Junbo Wentian leave expressionlessly. After he had completely walked out of the conference room, she looked around and said calmly, "Apart from him, who else doesn't want to stay? I'm still used to not being restrained. Please forgive me." A Taoist priest stood up and left. Immediately after, another two figures stood up and shook their heads before walking out of the conference room as well. After that, the humans and demons also stood up and left in groups of 2s and 3s. Not long after, almost 1/3 of the people in the conference room had left. Yan Xiaoxi waited for a moment. Seeing that no one had left, she said, "Now, let's talk about the specific matters regarding the allocation of personnel." As she spoke, Yan Xiaoxi sat down as if nothing had happened. It was as if those Taoists and demons who had left didn't exist in the first place. After Yan Xiaoxi sat down, one of the men behind her stepped forward and said, "Everyone, let me explain to you the allocation of personnel in a quiet courtyard in the crouching Dragon Mountain Villa. Mr. Blind, Qing Xiaozi was quietly watching the meeting through the screen with the man in the traditional Chinese suit who had come from afar. A batch of Taoists and demons who had gone missing long ago had escaped from the 71st generation Tian Xian and returned safely. To Mr. Blind, this was considered good news. After all, he was from the 71st generation Tian Xian sect. Although he was later expelled from the sect, he still had deep feelings for the plainclothes sect. Mr. Blind had made a huge mistake in the past. That mistake had ended with the life of his own master, the 71st generation Tian Xian. This matter had been buried in Mr. Blind's heart for a total of 40 years. Now, the 71st generation Tian Xian's plot had caused Kelowna and the Taoists and demons to fall into danger again. The plain-clothes sect had once again become the center of attention. How could he be at ease? Yen Xiaoxi? Mr. Blind tilted his head slightly and listened to the voice on the screen more seriously. Who is he to you? My disciple. The man in the traditional Chinese suit smiled. I picked him up and raised him for a few years before throwing him out. Mr. Blind nodded and didn't ask any more questions. However, he frowned and asked, Is this the intention of your higher-ups? Old Blind, I don't really understand what you're talking about, the man in the traditional Chinese suit said calmly. Why don't you just say that the 71st generation Tian Xian's purpose is for the revival of spiritual energy? Mr. Blind looked at him. Instead, you're purposely using the tragedy that happened 40 years ago as an entry point? However, the man in the traditional Chinese suit said, Old Blind, I don't ask about the way the authority handles things. However, there are many factors that cause instability in the Taoist and demon realms. If spiritual energy can be revived, we don't know if there will be more radical people appearing. You should know this very well, right? Perhaps Xiaoxi deliberately mentioned the incident that happened 40 years ago to make you feel uncomfortable. But I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Blind, you can't let it go. That's all you can do for the rest of your life. Mr. Blind sighed softly and looked at the parasol tree outside the window without saying another word. At this moment, a servant from Crouching Dragon Villa entered with some hot water and an unsigned letter. The servant said that the letter was left outside the villa. The servant only realized that he didn't see the sender of the letter when he was delivering the water. It was an envelope that was meant for Mr. Blind. After asking the servant to leave, Mr. Blind and the man in the traditional Chinese suit stared at the envelope on the coffee table. After a long while, the man in the traditional Chinese suit said, Blind, the situation is a little tricky now. Let's follow the rules. Mr. Blind nodded. At this moment, the man in the traditional Chinese suit opened the envelope and took out the item inside. After taking a look, he frowned. Mr. Blind frowned at this moment. He could tell that the man in the traditional Chinese suit was breathing heavily. What does this letter say? Nothing. The man in the traditional Chinese suit said slowly, There's nothing written on this letter. It's just a piece of white paper. A piece of white paper? Mr. Blind was stunned. Then he took the piece of white paper from the man in the traditional Chinese suit and rubbed it carefully in his hand. Have you figured out anything? The man in the traditional Chinese suit couldn't help but ask in puzzlement. Mr. Blind remained silent. After a long while, he shook his head and said, I can't figure it out for now. At this moment, the man in the traditional Chinese suit took the piece of white paper from Mr. Blind's hand and put it back into the envelope. Then he stood up and said, This thing can actually escape our senses and be placed outside the door. Interesting. I'll send it for testing and see how the guys patrolling outside do things. Maybe someone in the villa put it there. Mr. Blind frowned and said, You suspect that there's a mole in the villa? The man in the traditional Chinese suit said, I don't suspect anything. I just find it strange. Tian Xian couldn't defeat you since the 71st generation. With his talent, even if you haven't improved for decades, he still can't defeat you. I don't want to say this, but your senior brother is really mediocre. He can only wander around the path-seeking realm in his life. However, this time he planned this matter and captured so many people without anyone knowing. It doesn't seem like something he could do alone. Besides, before I came, didn't someone sneak attack you? Mr. Blind was silent. The man in the traditional Chinese suit said, "You stay here and try not to show your face. The agency's attitude towards you is completely different from the group of Tao demons outside." "I know." Mr. Blind nodded helplessly. Not long after the man in the traditional Chinese suit left, Mr. Blind sighed slowly. He threw away those unnecessary thoughts and thought about the wordless letter. A blank slate, a blank piece of paper. Mr. Blind frowned. Lifeless, endless, malleable? Who on earth could it be? But just then, a ringtone rang in the quiet room. Mr. Blind was startled. He had bought this phone for convenience after returning to China, and only a few people knew about it. "Hello. Are you blind? I'm Songda. Earlier on. Master, eldest young master, is back." In the Song family's ancestral home, fifth uncle hurried to Song Tianyu's side. Some accidents occurred during the exploration of the imperial mausoleum, and the Li family withdrew on their own initiative. Father Song, who was in the ancestral home, didn't know what happened after that. Although he wasn't burning with anxiety, he was still somewhat restless. "Grandfather, let me help you." Seeing Song Tianyu stand up with the help of his crutches, Song Ying hurriedly went forward to help him. They quickly walked to the front yard of the ancestral home. At that moment, Song Haoren led them inside. Eldest young Master Song had a habitual smile on his face. Seeing Song Haoren like this, Song Tianyu, who knew his son better than his father, knew that not only was Song Haoren fine, he had probably encountered something good. "You're back." Song Tianyu walked up to Song Haoren and reached out to pat him on the shoulder. Because of this pat, a lot of dust flew up from Song Haoren's clothes. "It's good that you're fine, this is?" At that moment, Song Tianyu clearly noticed that Song Da and Song Air had just walked in behind Song Haoren. Not only that, but there was also a woman in ancient clothing being carried on a stretcher by bodyguards. "Let's go in first." Song Haoren smiled slightly. This might be the most thrilling adventure story I've ever had. Song Ying couldn't help but roll her eyes at him and mumble, "You only know how to show off. One day, you'll fall to your death." In spite of this, Song Ying's tense expression relaxed a lot. Song Haoren smiled and pinched Song Ying's nose, which made Song Ying furious on the spot. "Stop fooling around. Let's go in first." "It's cold." Song Tianyu shook his head and stopped the two who were fooling around. Then, with the support of his fifth uncle, he walked into the ancestral home first. Song Ying suddenly looked outside the door at this moment, as if she was looking for something. Song Haoren asked curiously, "What are you looking for?" Song Ying subconsciously said, "Where's Luoqiao? Why didn't he come back?" "Luoqiao?" Song Haoren was startled and looked outside the door in confusion. After a while he said, "Didn't he go back to his stepmother after getting off the plane? He said that he would contact us after a while. Did you forget?" "That's not right." Song Ying frowned. "Is that so?" "It seems like it." "When did it happen?" She couldn't remember. It seemed like it happened, but it also seemed like it didn't. But when Song Haoren mentioned it, she had a vague impression of it in her mind. "Are you stupid?" Young Master Song couldn't help but smile at this time and said, There's a saying in China that's not bad. What's it called?" "I remember now. Lovesickness has turned into illness." "Song Haoren, go to hell." Chapter 1099. In the hall, there were only Song Haoren and the others. At this time, they were watching the scene recorded by a Song family soldier who had entered the imperial mausoleum with a DV. The living dead in the tomb, the extraordinary strength of the Suzuki father and son, and finally the mysterious room with the huge altar, until the altar exploded. The recording also stopped at the moment when the altar exploded. The Song family warrior who was holding the DV fell to the ground. In fact, the Song family's exploration this time could not be considered unscathed. Instead, they had lost quite a few experts, and many of them had suffered either light or heavy injuries. Song Tianyu and Song Ing were speechless for a long time as they watched the scene on the screen. They couldn't help but recall the terrifying thing that happened not long ago in the Song family's territory, the terrifying zombie invasion in the hospital. However, it was only because Mr. Blind took action that the situation was resolved in the end. Even though Mr. Blind could not explain why the giant tree, formed by a large number of zombies, would wither and die. At this time, because of the DV and the testimonies of Song Da and Song Air, no matter how much they tried to explain it from a scientific point of view, it was useless. Therefore, the hall fell into a short silence. After a long while, Father Song said slowly, "Do the Zhang family know about the Imperial Mausoleum?" Song Haran said, "I don't think so. I don't think the Zhang family knows what's in the Imperial Mausoleum, let alone what will happen." After seeing the living dead, Qi chose to terminate the cooperation. "I think it's to protect Zhang Qingrui, the only child of the family. Since that's the case, if the Zhang family knew that the mausoleum was so dangerous, they wouldn't have agreed to cooperate with the Suzuki family in the first place. Obviously, the Zhang family didn't know, but the Suzuki family definitely knew something." "What about the father and son?" Father Song frowned. Song Haran said helplessly, "They abandoned the Suzuki Kai people and ran away in the chaos." Song Tianyu pondered for a moment, then looked at fifth uncle. "Fifth uncle, I remember that we have a few acquaintances in Japan. Ask them to investigate Suzuki's family background. Be careful not to alert them." "Yes, master." Fifth uncle nodded his head quickly. Because everyone present was a core member of the Song family, Song Tianyu had no intention of hiding anything. There's a cultivation world in the country, and there's also the demon race. I've actually heard about this from Mr. Blind a few years ago. Mr. Blind had also said that there were many non-humans in the country who were stronger than him. This time, Haran has helped so many of them. It's hard to say whether it's a good thing or a bad thing when we receive their tokens. The two direct descendants of the Song family looked at Song Tianyu solemnly. After a while, Song Tianyu said, "You must mark each of these tokens. You must remember clearly which one represents which one of them is. From today onwards, this matter is not allowed to be spread outside. As for these tokens, you are not allowed to take them out unless you have no other choice. I will personally take care of them." "Got it." Song Haran nodded. Song Tianyu continued, "Songda, I heard that Mr. Blind is nearby. Can you help me contact Mr.?" "Sure." Songda nodded. After that, Song Tianyu looked at Song Haran and said seriously, "What do you plan to do with the woman you brought back from the Imperial Mausoleum?" "Let's wait and see." Song Haran thought for a while and added, "I'll sleep outside tonight." The place where they stayed was a relatively remote family in the village. Song Haran spent some money to let the family move to a relative's house temporarily. In the simple and crude room, the light from the incandescent lamp was somewhat old and dim. Song Haran moved a folding stool and sat about 2 meters away from the window. He kept looking at the sleeping woman. Of course, the young master of the Song family had taken some safety measures. He took away the pearl that the woman had taken a fancy to. There seemed to be a safe distance. Once the pearl was far away from her, she would feel pain. As the distance increased, the degree of pain would increase. When it reached a limit, the woman's body would emit wisps of gray smoke, as if she was about to evaporate. 2 meters was the limit. When they returned to the Song family's ancestral home, it was already 1 or 2 in the afternoon. Now, in the blink of an eye, it was already night time. Song Haran discovered that the safe distance seemed to have increased a little. At night, it became about 3 meters. This made Song Haran click his tongue in wonder. He became more and more curious about the woman's origin and the person behind the pearl. Suddenly, a strange sound alarmed Song Haran, who was resting with his eyes closed. He opened his eyes. He saw that the woman on the bed woke up again. But after waking up, her face was pale and her body was weak. She struggled to get up from the bed, but after propping up half of her body with her hands, She reached her limit and fell back down again. This woman was one of the most beautiful women Song Hauran had ever seen. In his impression, even the vampire he had locked up in his old home couldn't compare to this woman. There seemed to be a part of her beauty that was even above this mysterious woman. Song Hauran vaguely remembered, but he couldn't remember. "Give the pearl back to me," the woman said with difficulty, her eyes coldly staring at Song Hauran. "This thing is for you to save your life." Young Master Song picked up the pearl. The appearance of the pearl made the woman want to prop herself up again, but she soon lay back down powerlessly. "It is better not to force yourself," Song Hauran said coolly. "First of all, I do not like to steal other people's things. But your origins are too mysterious, so for my own safety, I think I should not give it back to you like this. If it were you, I think you would do the same?" The woman snorted softly. Song Hauran smiled and said, "Don't be unwilling. In any case, it was I who woke you up from the stone coffin and brought you out. Otherwise, who knows how long you would have to lie in that cold stone coffin, unable to see the light of day." The woman only sneered. "Thief, you intruded into my land. You must have a purpose. Where is this place? Quickly send me back, or else the Qin cavalry will flatten this place." Song Hauran tilted his head to size up this plainly dressed woman and suddenly said, "You said the Qin cavalry?" The woman said coldly, "The Qin cavalry will sweep through the world and suppress the world. Are you not afraid?" Song Hauran slowly rubbed his fingers. "The Qin cavalry, and that is more difficult. After all, no one would be afraid of an army that has died long ago, right, miss?" "No, miss. How long have you been sleeping in the stone coffin?" The woman's expression changed slightly. She looked at the things in the room, and the strangeness and fear grew stronger. Many things were inconceivable to her. Her voice trembled. "Who is the current emperor? Is it the first emperor?" Song Hauran stilled, then seemed to think of something, but shook his head. The woman took a deep breath, and her voice trembled more. "Is it Hu Hai? He ascended the throne?" Song Hauran shook his head again. "Who is it?" Song Hauran stared at this woman for a long time. Under her uneasy gaze, he frowned. "I have been encountering strange things recently. Of course, this was a good thing for me. Who asked me to like surprises? However, this surprise seems to be a bit too big. Are you an ancient person? People from the Qin dynasty?" "What do you mean?" Song Hauran said slowly, "According to what you said, you've probably lived for more than 2,000 years, right? I don't know if the first emperor and second Qin you speak of are the ones I know, but at least in the history I know, these are all things that happened 2,000 years ago. What great Qin iron cavalry? They don't exist anymore. By the way, there is no such thing as an emperor anymore. At least in this country, there is no such thing as an emperor." "Nonsense. How can the Qin Empire disappear?" The woman forcefully propped herself up in agitation. She even rolled off the bed at once. Seeing this, not only did Song Hauran not help her up, he immediately stood up and once again put some distance between him and the woman. The woman raised her head with difficulty and glared at him hatefully. Young Master Song said, "Listen, I'm not a person who likes to use violence against women, but I have a strong desire to protect myself, because I don't want any accidents to happen either. So I think you need to calm down." After saying this, Song Hauran slowly backed away. "No, don't." The woman's voice gradually became weak, and she finally fainted. At this moment, Song Hauran stood still and observed for a while. After confirming that the woman had really fainted, he used his leg to move the stool over and sat down again. At this time, a group of Song family soldiers suddenly rushed in from outside the house. It turned out that there was a group of fully armed soldiers waiting in ambush outside the rented bungalow. For safety reasons, young Master Song even had people install portable RPGs. The soldiers who rushed and saw the woman on the ground and immediately became nervous. "Military advisor!" "What happened?" "I'm fine," Song Haran shook his head and suddenly looked at the soldier and said, "Help me prepare something." "Okay." The soldier hurriedly said, "What do you need?" Song Haran said, "Prepare some screens and some historical materials of China, about 2,000 years. Don't need to be too detailed. Just a rough estimate will do. Also, go to the nearby town and find me a history teacher." "History teacher?" "Oh, just kidnap her." Song Haran thought for a while. "It'll save us some trouble." "Okay, I'll do it right away." After hearing this, the warrior immediately nodded excitedly, thinking that it was normal to kidnap people. "Wait, come back. Military advisor, what else can I do for you?" "Make me some braised beef noodles. I haven't eaten dinner. I'm a bit hungry." "Okay." The sound was like a tide rushing in rapidly. It was a low and terrifying sound, as if something was eroding him bit by bit. He couldn't breathe and was finally swallowed. Momo woke up with a start, covered in cold sweat. After waking up, he found himself in the crouching dragon villa, and the room was the one he stayed in when he came to the villa. He even saw his luggage. "You're finally awake." At this moment, a man in a black suit pushed open the door and walked in. "What the hell?" Momo frowned. The man suddenly said, "Please wait for a moment." The door closed. Not long after, a man called Yan Xiaoxi, who was about the same age as Momo, appeared in front of him. "I can't give you much time, Mr. Momo. Let's talk while walking." Momo was told most of the things in the tomb. Then Yan Xiaoxi took him out and brought him to a basement in Wulong Mountain Villa. Here, Momo saw Jean Eyre lying on the bed with various tubes inserted into his body and a team of medical personnel guarding him. Through the glass, Momo could only see the fluctuation of the heartbeat device, confirming that Jean Eyre was still alive. What happened to him? Momo couldn't help looking at Yan Xiaoxi. His brain was penetrated by a bullet. Yan Xiaoxi said indifferently, "After you were rescued from the tomb, Priest Sumu Bai found he was still alive, so he brought him back. Fortunately, the bullet only pierced through the frontal lobe of his brain and did not stay in his brain. Because of this, his life was saved. But unfortunately, he may never wake up." "Jean Eyre." Momo pressed his palm on the glass, sighing, "He didn't do anything. His mind is just a child, but he ended up like this. I'm useless." Yan Xiaoxi said indifferently, "Mr. Momo, I don't think you have much time to grieve. I brought you to see him so you can be more attentive." "Me?" Momo smiled bitterly. "What can I do? Even a senior like the 100 Tribulations Taoist priest is missing. I'm just a fledgling kid." Yan Xiaoxi said, "It's true that you're fledgling, but no one said that fledgling has no ability. The fact that you were able to bring him along and escape from the battle between the Taoists and demons is proof of your ability." Momo shook his head, sighing, "What do you want me to do?" Yan Xiaoxi said, "As far as I know, Mr. Momo is helping Priest Yang Taizi of Huanjin sect to send something. Actually, in every Penglai gathering, Huanjin Dao would hand over a token to Tianxin of Bai Dao to complete the final ceremony. You also know that behind the Mount Tai case, the 71st generation of Tianxin is behind it. According to Priest Sumu Bai, when you were found, you weren't trapped in the crystal pillar that was absorbing life force. So I have enough reasons to believe that Tianxin 71 didn't harm you for some reason. He might even want to get the token from you. Mr. Momo, is the token still in your hand?" Momo smiled bitterly. "That thing was stolen on the first day I came to Wulong Mountain Villa." Yan Xiaoxi gave a start, frowning. "Who stole it?" Momo said, "A young woman called Nero. Her hair is white. She's easy to recognize." Chapter 1100. Yan Xiaoxi's whisper reminded Momo of Michael Club when he talked with Lai Kaixing. But Momo didn't know Nero was a member of Michael Club. Momo thought Nero was just an old customer of that senior's shop. "Did you think of something?" Yan Xiaoxi suddenly asked Momo. Momo shook his head. "I'm not sure. I've only heard about it from Representative Lai. At that time, I participated in a drug experiment as a volunteer." "You're talking about Heaven's Tears, right?" Yen Xiaoxi said indifferently. We have a record of your experiment. What else? Did you talk to Representative Lai about anything else? Since Jade Dragon Pillar appeared, we couldn't contact him. I'm afraid he's also involved in this mysterious disappearance. Representative Lai is this generation's Heaven's Heart. If we can find him, he'll be of great help to us in dealing with the 71st generation. Nothing. Momo recalled for a while. But after the thing young Taizi asked me to bring was stolen, I found Representative Lai immediately and wanted to ask for his forgiveness. But after thinking about it, it seems a bit weird. Yen Xiaoxi's eyes brightened. What did you think of? Momo frowned. I didn't know what was in the box. But according to you, Section Chief Yen, this is an important keepsake that is used in every meeting. But when I told Representative Lai that the item was stolen, he didn't seem to be very nervous. He even told me not to worry. From the looks of it, he seemed very confident that the item would be returned to him. But Representative Lai is this generation's Heaven's Heart after all. Maybe he can predict what will happen in the future. I didn't think much about it at that time. Yen Xiaoxi pondered for a while. Did he say anything else? Momo shook his head no. Yen Xiaoxi nodded, saying, Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Momo. You can stay here with him, or you can go to your room. But please don't leave Crouching Dragon Mountain Villa during this time. Momo glanced at Yen Xiaoxi, saying suddenly, See, I'm still suspicious. So many people from the Dao world and the demon clan were captured, but I'm the only one who's fine. We're just not ruling out any possibility. Yen Xiaoxi said seriously, I hope you can understand. Momo shook his head, sighing, I'll stay here with Jean Eyre. Oh, can I communicate with the outside world? With so many things happening, I have to tell my master about it. Also, I want to inform Taoist Jiang Taizi about Jean Eyre. You'll be here later. As soon as she finished speaking, Yen Xiaoxi hurriedly left the makeshift medical room. He sighed, leaning against the wall, and leaned against the wall, sit down, and sat down, leaning against the wall. Leaned, sat, sighed and sat, sighed and sat down, sitting down, sat, sighed. He might not wake up. This sentence kept echoing in Momo's mind, reminding him of another sentence, the words of that beautiful servant girl. T.S. is you could get Tess. If the kidnapped teacher's surname was Zhou. His acquaintances in the school called him Old Zhou. Old Zhou was a history teacher in the only junior high school in the town. He was 40 years old and a bit bald. Old Zhou felt that his life had become peaceful, and in the small town, nothing too out of the ordinary would happen, right? Old Zhou was very satisfied with his current situation. He had a job with a good salary and was respected, except that he was still single at this age. But what Lao Zhou didn't expect was that something that didn't even happen in movies would happen to him in this cold season. He was kidnapped. To be precise, he was kidnapped by a few muscular men who were armed and did not look like good people. What made Old Zhou feel even more incredulous was that these people did not kidnap him to blackmail him. Instead, they wanted him to give a lesson to others. Old Zhou looked at the men standing around him with their guns lowered. Then his gaze returned to the handsome man who was eating braised beef noodles in soy sauce in front of him. The man who was eating instant noodles raised his head at this time. The plastic fork was still poking at the noodles in the bowl. There's a lady in the room. She's crazy. She believes that she's from the ancient times. Go tell her about history. But she's too immersed in the drama, so don't mind her reaction. What's going on? Dude, are you kidding me? Old Zhou was dumbfounded. The man continued, Let's do it tomorrow. Before sunrise, you only need to make her believe it's modern times. Don't worry. You'll get a sum of money after that. I believe it's enough for you to enjoy your retirement early. Do you understand? Even though Old Zhou was very curious, he didn't dare to say a word about it for the sake of those submachine guns, even if he didn't get paid for it. What if it doesn't work? Old Zhou swallowed his saliva. There were 5 or 6 big men who were pointing their guns at him. "You'll find a way." The handsome man smiled and said, "Just use your best exam-oriented education. Won't it be fine?" Simulations, secret papers, small questions crazily doing big questions, and then floating and sinking in the sea of questions. So relax, easy. But you're teaching mental patience. But before old Zhou could cry out in pain, a man had already pointed a big gun at him from behind. Old Zhou instantly felt a chill down his spine. He looked at the handsome man who was drinking the instant noodles, soup, and gulped. Give me a piece of chalk." It was still dark, but there were many people busy in the deep valley, the place where the first jade dragon pillar appeared. A black off-road vehicle arrived at the entrance of the deep valley amidst the bumps. Yan Xiaoxi then opened the door and alighted. Behind her, Zixing and Priest Sumu Bai also alighted from the vehicle. By the time Yan Xiaoxi and the other two arrived at the jade dragon pillar, there were already many tents and strong lights set up. There were also many people around. At this moment, Yan Xiaoxi walked toward a haggard-looking man in his 30s who was wearing a loose white coat. He was specially hired by the Administrative Bureau to be in charge of researching and developing the special weapons of the Administrative Bureau, as well as conducting research on supernatural powers. "Dr. Zhao, did you find anything?" Yan Xiaoxi asked behind the haggard-looking man. The haggard-looking man. Dr. Zhao scratched his head and pressed down on the tablet in his hand. "I don't understand at all. The magnetic field here is too strange." Yan Xiaoxi frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Dr. Zhao picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at the jade dragon pillar. The stone disappeared when it was about to hit the jade dragon pillar. This scene alarmed Yan Xiaoxi and the other two. "What's going on?" Priest Sumu Bai couldn't help but ask. Dr. Zhao said, "There's a very strange magnetic field around this huge pillar. This magnetic field even distorts space. Anything that gets close to the pillar, regardless of whether it's dead or alive, will disappear. We've experimented by throwing some small animals and camcorders in, but we only found them a few kilometers away. We haven't tested living people, but if you want to sign Yen Ku, I don't mind." "What are you thinking about?" Yan Xiaoxi's face darkened, and Dr. Zhao's eyes darted around. However, the seriousness of the matter was beyond Yan Xiaoxi's imagination. He had a private discussion with his master, who was also the one who was cultivating in seclusion under the Forbidden City. The Jade Dragon Pillar was the key. If it could be destroyed, it would be very effective in foiling the Heavenly Heart's 71 generation plan. However, if the Jade Dragon Pillar couldn't be approached, it would be impossible to destroy it. Is it really impossible to decipher the magnetic field behind this pillar? Dr. Zhao shook his head and said, "I've tried many methods, but I can't even analyze it, let alone decipher it. At this stage, with our current technology, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to do so in a short period of time." "All right, I understand." Yan Xiaoxi nodded. He had just accepted the case, and everything was still in its initial stages. Hence, Yan Xiaoxi did not feel discouraged despite being in a state of confusion. At this moment, Yan Xiaoxi received a call. At this moment, the person on the other end of the call said, "Yan Ku, we've detected a huge energy source. This energy source is very similar to the energy fluctuation of the Jade Dragon Pillar that Captain Ling Feng and the rest had detected." "Where is it?" "At the cliff of the fan." "At the cliff of the fan." At this moment, more than 10 off-road vehicles drove into the heavily eroded cliff at the same time. However, the rugged mountain road made it extremely difficult for them to advance. It wasn't until the sun had risen that the group of off-road vehicles stopped and arrived at the location of the energy source they had detected. When they got out of the car, Yan Xiaoxi wore a gray-black bulletproof vest and was equipped with 2 guns. At this time, he also gave a similar bulletproof vest to Zixing and Sumu Bai and asked them to wear it. "This thing is useless." However, Purple Star shook her head. Although a bulletproof vest could block bullets, It was like a piece of white paper against extraordinary attacks. This is different from the vest, you know. Yan Xiaoxi said directly, this is developed by us using the most advanced nanotechnology. The weaving technique is based on the Vermilion bird clan's flame, feather clothes, and improved. As he spoke, Yan Xiaoxi suddenly aimed his gun at one of the vests. The muzzle of the gun whistled, and the bullet burst out of the chamber, instantly exploding into a ball of fire on the vest. However, only a very shallow mark was left on the vest, and as Yan Xiaoxi shook it, these marks quickly disappeared. Taoist bullets? Su Mubai looked at it in surprise. He knew that there were several sects in Taoism that had been immersed in strange techniques and had always been in a cooperative relationship with the administration. The Taoist bullets were the product of cooperation. Su Mubai had only heard of it and had never seen it before. The power of this bullet is comparable to a low-level Taoist technique, flaming palm. Yan Xiaoxi handed the vest over again. Zixing and Su Mubai quickly exchanged a look, and then they both took it. Zixing put on the vest and suddenly asked Section Chief Yan, "What's the production rate of this vest?" Yan Xiaoxi ordered the people to start searching nearby and said casually, "The production rate is not high. The main reason is that the weaving technique is difficult to replace with machines. At most, 3 pieces can be produced in a month." Zixing and Taoist Su Mubai quickly exchanged glances again. They saw the worry in each other's eyes. In this era where Taoist demons were declining, how much more advanced technology had humans secretly mastered? Yan Ke, there's a discovery. At this moment, a whistling sound came from the hillside. Everyone quickly gathered and moved forward along the hillside. However, at this moment, the hillside suddenly trembled. On the hillside, huge rocks suddenly began to roll down. "Everyone, be careful!" Yan Xiaoxi shouted. "Don't panic, this is just an illusion." A huge rock directly rolled to the front of an agent from the administration and passed through his body. This agent did not suffer any substantial injuries except for being shocked. After the chaos, Yan Xiaoxi put on the night vision goggles and observed the situation on the hillside. Her gaze moved back and forth on the hillside. Suddenly, Yan Xiaoxi's gaze stopped. In the green light of the night vision goggles, she saw a figure standing on a rock on the hillside. The person looked down with his hands behind his back and a bronze mask on his face. "Tianqin of the 71st generation." Yan Xiaoxi shouted in a deep voice. The man with the bronze mask on the hillside said in a hoarse voice, "I heard that there's a rising star in the administration in the recent 2 years, and he's even the disciple of the fire cloud evil god. Today, I see that he really lives up to his reputation." He saw through the illusion with just one look. Yan Xiaoxi was indifferent to such a compliment, but she made a different hand gesture with her hands behind her back. Her hand gesture was soon seen by several senior agents behind her. "Tianqin of the 71st generation, your conspiracy has been seen through." Yan Xiaoxi said coldly, "Don't be stubborn. If you're willing to surrender and release the missing Taoist Master Baijie and the others, I can help you get a lenient sentence." The bronze-masked man shook his head and said, "Since when have we, the divine prefecture's transcendence, fallen so low that we have to listen to the commoners? Should I say this is the tragedy of this era? Times are changing, just like dynasties are changing." Yan Xiaoxi said calmly, "This era is never sad. Isn't it enough that the people can live and work in peace and contentment?" The man with the bronze mask shook his head and said, "Our beliefs are different. It's useless to say more. If you have the ability, come and stop me." Yan Xiaoxi squinted and began waving the hand that she had been hiding behind her back. However, the moment those who saw her hand gesture were about to take action, the hillside suddenly shook. It was like an earthquake, and this time it was obviously not an illusion. On the hillside, the soil was churning, and one after another, huge figures were emerging from the soil of the hillside. Chapter 1101. The magazine was quickly changed in the air. Yan Xiaoxi completed this action in an instant when he leaped back into the air. Yan Xiaoxi wielded the 2 pistols that were equipped with Taoist bullets. She swiftly pulled the triggers, and the bullets that were imbued with the power of Taoist spells shot out crazily. Regardless of whether it was a moving attack or a precise shot, every bullet was able to hit the weak spots of the mudstone giants. He was like a powerful Taoist master who was proficient in different kinds of Taoist magic arts. But it was obvious that Yan Xiaoxi was on the path of martial arts. He was vigorous with true power, not magical power. It was also the first time that Taoist Sumubai and Zixing saw such a novel combat method. As long as there was a sufficient supply of Taoist bullets, Yan Xiaoxi had unlimited firepower. On the hillside, dozens of mud and stone giants were wiped out by the agents of the administration in just 5 minutes. Among them, they even used the more powerful Taoist grenades. This time, in addition to the agents of the administration, there was also a group of Taoist monsters led by Zixing and Sumubai. Looking at this swift battle, the Taoists present were shocked to the extreme. Although the target was very clear at this moment, they couldn't help but think about a question. When a well-trained ordinary soldier also had these weapons and equipment, ordinary Taoist priests and demons no longer seemed to have any advantage. Ordinary humans really did have the ability to face them head-on. Weapons and equipment could be mass-produced. But a Taoist master or monster needed a long time to accumulate them. I'm afraid the administration is so confident not only because of the meaning behind that agreement, but also because they have new power. Taoist Sumubai's slightly low voice rang in Zixing's ears. This suddenly made the young master of the Greedy Wolf clan feel a little uncomfortable. The Greedy Wolf clan originally did not live on the desolate and cold plateau. The original Greedy Wolf clan lived on the fertile land of the Central Plains. But after the human race gradually grew stronger, the once fertile land should also belong to humans. There were few people on the plateau. Although they would not be disturbed by humans, the country had never given up the supervision of the major monster clans. If one day, when the country had weapons that were far more powerful than Taoist bullets and grenades, how much space would be left for them to survive? When the last mud giant crashed to the ground with a loud bang, Purple Star also woke up from her daze. At this time, the bronze-masked man was still standing on the boulder on the hillside. He was still standing there calmly, as if he didn't find it a pity that these mud giants had fallen. He even slowly clapped his hands, as if he was a spectator who had seen an exciting story. The strange behavior of the bronze-masked man immediately made everyone more vigilant. At this moment, Yan Xiaoxi took the opportunity to quickly reload her gun. At the same time, she stared at the man in the bronze mask and said, "You've already lost your backing, just surrender. Do you really think you can still leave calmly when so many of us are surrounding you? Maybe not." The bronze-masked man shook his head and said slowly, "Section Chief Yan, right? I have a few questions that I would like to ask you. Are you okay with that?" Yan Xiaoxi sneered, stalling for time. The bronze-masked man shook his head and said calmly, "It takes a month to refine each of these mud monsters. Apart from time, it also requires a lot of materials and a lot of magical power. For a slightly talented apprentice, it would take at least 20 years for them to learn how to make it. I wonder how long it takes to refine a set of equipment like yours, Section Chief Yan?" Yan Xiaoxi said calmly, "I'm not obligated to tell you." However, Yan Xiaoxi had already sensed that something was amiss. He secretly made a hand gesture, and several agents from the Administrative Bureau locked their long-range sniper rifles on the bronze-masked man at the same time. "Let me tell you, then," the bronze-masked man said calmly. "Let's just talk about your gun. The production of the gun itself is not difficult, and it can be produced through the assembly line of the military factory. Hence, the time required is negligible. The difficult part is the bullets used, which have to be carefully engraved with a miniature array formation to produce Taoist magic. This part requires manpower. However, the pattern of the array formation is fixed, and even an apprentice can complete it. An apprentice can refine about 80 to 100 bullets a day. Take the extermination battle just now as an example. You guys shot a total of 3,973 bullets. In other words, 10 apprentices only need 4 days to refine the bullets used in this battle. 4 days versus 20 years. What do you think, Section Chief Yen? Yan Xiaoxi did not answer and instead made a hand gesture. The snipers in the distance immediately pulled the trigger. In the white sky, several streams of light flashed past, and several huge flames suddenly exploded in front of the bronze-masked man. The power was so great that it directly blew up the huge rock that the bronze-masked man was standing on. The wind blew away the smoke and dust, but the bronze-masked man stood where he was unscathed. There seemed to be an invisible barrier in front of him that protected him. Let's take the bullets that shot me as an example. With such power, I don't know how many of the demons present or the Tao world passageway can withstand it directly. The expressions of the Tao demons below changed slightly at that moment. Yan Xiaoxi knew that this was bad. Thus, he lowered his head and whispered to a scout beside him, "Approve the use of the Godfall bullets. If necessary, kill them directly." Just as Yan Xiaoxi gave the order, the bronze-masked man suddenly laughed loudly. He said, "Fellow Taoists, because of the agreement back then, we've already lost the opportunity to continue developing. Now, they have armed forces that can fight against us head-on. Let me ask you from now on, how much space will we have left to live? Since ancient times, heroes have used martial arts to break the rules. Will there still be a place for us to speak in the imperial court?" Yan Xiaoxi frowned at that moment. At that moment, many Tao world and demon clans around them stopped. Is it a demonic art of bewitchment? Yan Xiaoxi saw the strange situation. These Tao demons would not be so easily provoked by a few words. However, to Yan Xiaoxi's surprise, the bronze-masked man directly revealed his scheme at that moment. The function of the jade dragon pillar is to gather the spirit energy of the earth. The bronze-masked man spread his arms. The ultimate goal is to open up the spirit energy contained in the 12 dragon veins of Kelowna for 1,000 years and restore Kelowna to the environment it was 1,000 years ago. What restricts us is the spirit energy of the weather, which is weakening day by day. When the spirit energy recovers, what awaits us will be a new era. As the bronze-masked man's voice was heard, a scorching pillar of light suddenly shot into the sky. However, it was not at the fan cliff where everyone was at that moment. Instead, it was at least 30 kilometers away in the northeast direction from where they were. The second jade dragon pillar has been buried. The bronze-masked man's figure gradually disappeared, and only his voice echoed on the hillside. The new era is right before us. I'll wait for you at the peak of Mount Tai. In the blink of an eye, the bronze-masked man completely disappeared. Oh no, it's a diversion. Yan Xiaoxi's expression changed slightly. Hurry, lock on to the specific location and hurry over. Yan Xiaoxi knew that she had been tricked. She didn't expect that level of energy fluctuation was just a cover. However, at this moment, not only did Yan Xiaoxi feel that the bronze-masked man was cunning, but she also couldn't help but worry about what to do next. Section Chief Yan, why is what Tianqin 71 said so different from what you said at the meeting? The one who asked was Su Mubai. He asked in a deep voice, Section Chief Yan, did you say that Tianqin 71 is trying to repeat the tragedy of that year? Looking at all the eyes gathered on her, Yan Xiaoxi quickly calmed down. She looked around and said seriously, that year, Qing Xiaozi of the Cotton Clothes sect also vowed that he could find Peng Lai. But what happened in the end? This time, the method used by the 71 generations of Heaven's Heart was derived from Qing Xiaozi's plan. Although it has been improved, Qing Xiaozi only used the spiritual energy of Mount Tai. This time, however, the 71 generations of heaven's heart used the 12 dragon veins of the divine prefecture. Think about it. Is such a huge force really something that can be controlled by human strength? The spirit energy revival is still unknown, but I believe everyone can understand the dangers involved, right? All the Tao demons were silent, but they still looked at Yan Xiaoxi with suspicion. Yan Xiaoxi flipped over and got into the car. She said in a low voice, "I'm going to the second Jade Dragon Pillar now. Priest Su Mubai, the country has always been lenient in its use of people. If you don't have the intention to rebel, why would we give you up? The Kelowna you keep talking about isn't in our country now. Please don't make a distinction." This time, the two teams of Tao demons didn't follow her immediately. They just stayed where they were. However, the off-road team was already far away. In the car, the agent driving looked at Yan Xiaoxi and said with a frown, "Section Chief, I didn't expect Tianqin 71 to do this. We've been checkmated by him. Now I'm even more convinced that he's not alone." Yan Xiaoxi suddenly narrowed her eyes. At this moment, the huge light pillar didn't fade under the light of the rising sun. Instead, it became brighter, as if it was announcing something to the world. Song Family Village. In the bungalow rented by Song Haran at the end of the village, a figure suddenly slammed open the door and rolled out. It was Old Joe. Old Joe fell to the ground and clutched his chest, wailing in pain. Soon he spat out 2 mouthfuls of white foam and fainted. Young Master Song, who was leaning against the wall outside the room and looking at his phone, waved his hand and got someone to carry Old Joe out. Then he straightened his clothes and walked into the room calmly. In the room, the mysterious woman who was brought out from the depths of the imperial mausoleum fell to the ground again. At this moment, she was trying her best to prop herself up. Song Haoran picked up a piece of the moving whiteboard that had been smashed into the ground. There were words written by Old Joe on it. It was the word Qin written in Xiaozhuan. However, above the word, Old Joe had drawn a huge X. This was probably the reason why Old Joe was kicked out. "Miss, it's not easy to find a teacher at this time. If you beat him to death, I don't know where to find another one for you in such a short time." Song Haoran leaned against the wall. "Qin, Great Qin has really—" The woman looked at Song Haoran, her voice trembling. "Died." Song Haoran smiled and suddenly said, "Later generations, modern people like to have strange ideas. There's a saying that if the Emperor of Great Qin is really immortal, would the Qin dynasty continue to exist? We've actually done a comparison. In the era of the Qin dynasty, its national power was probably the strongest in the world. If it continued for 1,000 years or even 2,000 years, the entire world would probably become the territory of the Great Qin dynasty." Looking at the silent woman, Song Haoran smiled and said, "Of course, if this assumption was true, then I would probably be very worried right now, because Great Qin's cavalry would definitely still exist, right?" The woman's shoulders trembled slightly. She lowered her head, her hair almost covering one side of her face. Song Haoran looked at her silently. The two of them did not move, nor did they speak again. After an unknown amount of time, the woman slowly raised her head and looked at Song Haoran. She slowly said, "I am Chuyang." The emperor bestowed the title of Princess Chuyang. "Qin Chuyang?" Song Haoran was stunned. However, the Princess Chuyang in front of him shook her head and said, "I follow my mother's surname, and use my mother's surname, and all right." Song Haoran nodded. "Princess Chuyang, I am very happy to meet you. However, before I can guarantee my own safety, please forgive me. I still cannot give you this pearl. Qin has already perished. An imperial father has turned to dust." Unexpectedly, Princess Chuyang laughed bitterly at this moment. "I don't mind not keeping my life. Leave. As long as you are 30 feet away from me, my body will naturally burn under the corrosion of yang energy." Song Haoran frowned. This ancient princess wanted to commit suicide as soon as she woke up? How wasteful was this? "Why haven't you left?" Seeing that Song Haoran had no intention of leaving, Princess Nuyang couldn't help but frown. The great Qin has already put on an act. I'm just someone from a fallen kingdom, so I can't promise you any benefits. There's no need to waste any more effort on me. That is true, Song Haoran suddenly said. However, the fact that the princess was able to live for 2,000 years is already a very inconceivable matter. I think that as long as this news is announced, there will definitely be countless people who want to study why the princess has such a long lifespan. There will also be people who will pay a high price to buy the princess for me, right? Princess Chuyang looked coldly at Song Haoran. At this moment, eldest young Master Song smiled faintly and said, "Actually, what I want to say is that although the great Qin is finished, since your highness has woken up, don't you plan to mourn your imperial father? As a child, this is a matter of course, right? Isn't it a bit unfilial to die so soon?" Chapter 1102. What's the result? The second jade dragon pillar was located in a small forest that was relatively unfrequented. Obviously, when Yan Xiaoxi and the others arrived, there were no useful clues left behind. The administrative bureau, which had failed, immediately sent their own research team to this place. They were busy for most of the day. Dr. Zhao, who was in charge of all the research projects in the administration, was talking to Yan Xiaoxi. It's the same. It's surrounded by a special magnetic field that distorts the surrounding space. We can't get close to it. Dr. Zhao stared at the second jade dragon pillar in front of him. He didn't feel disappointed because he couldn't reconstruct it. Instead, he became more excited. I always feel that this thing will appear again. Yan Xiaoxi glanced at Dr. Zhao expressionlessly. In fact, Yan Xiaoxi knew from his master that there were 7 jade dragon pillars in total. Dr. Zhao, please continue your research. The earlier you get useful information, the safer we will be. I need more people. I'll assign them to you. After that, Yan Xiaoxi planned to leave. But at this moment, the jade dragon pillar in front of him suddenly trembled slightly. This change made Dr. Zhao, who had been researching for dozens of hours without any result, extremely excited. He hurriedly asked someone to record the data. However, the jade dragon pillar soon calmed down after the trembling. After waiting for a while without any result, Yan Xiaoxi had to leave. His master said that if there was no way to stop the second jade dragon pillar from appearing, he should send the exact location of the second jade dragon pillar as soon as possible. When he left, a thin layer of fog appeared in the small forest. The day after Song Haoran came back safely, Zhang Qingrui took Mr. Seven to visit the Song family's ancestral home again. Earlier, not long after Zhang Qingrui and Mr. Seven finally finished their cooperation, Zhang Qingrui had already told her grandmother what had happened through a long-distance call. The old lady must have talked to Song Tianyu on the phone before Zhang Qingrui's arrival. Therefore, when Zhang Qingrui came to visit, Mr. Song didn't look bad at all. Song Tianyu didn't say a word about what happened after that. Zhang Qingrui and Mr. Seven stayed for a while, then declined Song Tianyu's invitation to stay for dinner and left in a hurry. Before leaving, Song Ying called Zhang Qingrui over, and they went to a corner of the yard. "Are you going back directly?" Song Ying asked curiously. Zhang Qingrui nodded. "Grandmother asked me to come home tonight. I have something to deal with at home." Song Ying nodded her head in understanding. As the daughter of a big family, if she wasn't determined to be the type to just eat and wait for death, she would basically be very busy. "All right, it's rare to find a friend to talk to." Zhang Qingrui smiled and gestured for him to keep in touch. The two looked at each other and smiled. "By the way, do you remember what happened when we went for an outing a few days ago?" Song Ying suddenly asked. Zhang Qingrui couldn't help blushing, but she pretended to be calm. "It's really not a good memory. Why do you suddenly mention it?" Song Ying said, "Do you remember who else was there other than you, me, and that dead head of my uncle?" Zhang Qingrui was stunned. She lowered her eyebrows and pondered for a while, then shook her head. It seems to be just the three of us. Is there anyone else? I feel. Song Ing shook her head. Forget it, maybe I'm wrong. Zhang Qingrui chuckled. Maybe you're too tired. Have a good rest. By the way, you're the first person I know to call your uncle a death-seeking head. Song Ing shrugged. I don't know why I called him that. It feels good to call him that. Zhang Qingrui laughed like a blooming flower. The two then hugged. Song Ing walked Zhang Qingrui to the door. Zhang Qingrui looked back at the Song family's ancestral house and then got on the car thoughtfully, leaving Song Village and heading for the airport. But Zhang Qingrui didn't expect that when she arrived at the airport and was about to take a flight, she was told by the airport staff that all flights were temporarily suspended due to the weather. When did this happen? Zhang Qingrui, who was resting with her eyes closed in the lounge, looked out of the window and found that there was a thick white fog around the airport. At the same time, the TV news was also reporting on this matter. Near Mount Tai, there were many places where an unknown thick fog had appeared. On the TV, the reporters were so dark that they couldn't even see their own fingers. Not long after, the TV in the lounge suddenly lost its picture and turned into a digital snowflake. Not only that, the lights in the lounge went out at this moment. Zhang Qingrui couldn't help but panic. At this time, Mr. Seven ran back in a hurry. Miss, the airport suddenly lost power, and the phone suddenly lost signal. The generator is turning on, and the power should be restored soon. Zhang Qingrui opened her mouth in surprise. Basically, a blackout like this wouldn't happen in the airport. She subconsciously looked out of the window at the gradually thickening white fog and inexplicably felt her heart palpitate. What on earth? The blackout didn't only happen in the airport. At this moment, there was a large-scale blackout near Mount Tai. Places with independent power generation systems quickly restored power. But most places weren't so lucky. The thick fog unknowingly filled the city, suburbs, factories, rivers, and forests. No one knew the source of the thick fog, but it felt as if its appearance was to devour human civilization. In the world of thick fog and electricity loss, similar sounds could be heard everywhere. The sound of falling, crashing, cursing, something falling from a high altitude, the sound of cars crashing on the road, the sound of children crying, the sound of pets roaring, the sound of glass shattering, the sound of explosions. Momo had stayed in the underground treatment room of Wulong Mountain Villa for a whole night and a whole day. Such a short period of lack of sleep was nothing for a cultivator like Momo. But the lights around suddenly dimmed, which startled Momo. He hurriedly got up, only to see the instruments placed beside John Eyre in the isolation room were in the state of being restarted. After a night, only a female medical staff was left to look after John Eyre. Because the operation was over and John Eyre was in the observation period, the doctors naturally wouldn't look after him all the time. It seems that there's a blackout. The nurse looked around with confusion. Momo had a whim. He left the nurse here and walked out of the underground treatment room alone. But when he returned to the ground, he saw a hazy world. The fog, Momo seemed to have seen it before, or he had experienced it once. Before the New Year's Eve, such a thick fog had appeared. It was also in that fog that Momo had a relatively direct impression of the club. It was neither good nor evil, just doing its so-called business. At this moment, there weren't many people left in Wulong Mountain Villa, since the second jade dragon pillar appeared. Yan Xiaoxi had increased the intensity of the search. Except for the logistics staff, almost everyone was sent out. Momo wandered around the manor for a long time before finally arriving at a courtyard. Here, Momo saw a white-haired man with his eyes closed. He was looking outside the courtyard wall at this moment. But at this moment, Momo felt a chill on his back. A strong sense of danger stimulated his nerves, making him instinctively react. In the thick fog, Momo lowered his body, waving his arm and pinching his fingers into a sword gesture, pointing out rapidly. With a sound of Momo's fingers seemed to have touched a hard steel plate, faintly hurting. He was shocked. Who is Chang, he of Dragon Tiger Mountain to you? At this moment, a figure slowly walked out. It was a middle-aged man in a tang suit. This man's aura was as heavy as a mountain, reminding Momo of Huang Baifu, whom he had fought before. In his impression, when Huang Baifu had strange tiger stripes on his body, it was a similar pressure. My teacher. Momo calmed himself down, keeping alert. He knew he must have met a real senior master. Chang, he's disciple, not bad. You're the junior who caused a lot of trouble in the demon realm and Taoist realm, right? Momo's face tensed up. The man in Tang's suit nodded, waving his hand. Relax, I won't attack you. However, when you reach the 9th stage of the Dragon Tiger Sutra, even if you don't look for me, I will look for you. Momo gave a start, thinking that his teacher Chang he had only reached the 9th level after so many years. How long would it take for him to reach the 9th level? But this man in Tang suit called out his teacher's name. Was he an acquaintance of his teacher? But the man in Tang suit said, You're only in your 20s, right? You've reached the 7th level, so you should have comprehended the union of man and nature twice. And it was only recently. This proves that you have good talent. I believe that day won't be far away. Momo was really shocked now. This man in Tang suit only glanced at him once, and he could see through his disguise. Senior, may I ask who you are? Me? The man in Tang's suit smiled casually. I'm just an ordinary man. You can call me old man. How can I? Momo shook his head. But this man in Tang's suit didn't pay attention to Momo. Instead, he walked straight to the gray-haired man in the courtyard, asking in a muffled voice, Blind man, there's a blackout and dense fog outside. Is this caused by your senior brother? The white-haired man was none other than Mr. Blind. Mr. Blind shook his head. I don't know either, but I'm afraid it's not far from the truth. Senior, I've seen such thick fog once. Momo frowned. It appeared the day before New Year's Eve. Oh, tell me about it. The man in Tang's suit said directly. At this moment, Momo didn't conceal too much, but subconsciously concealed the fact that Miss Maid saved Nero's life. But Mr. Blind and the man in Tang's suit could both hear that Momo was hiding something, but they didn't ask clearly. You mean the white soul called itself Shen Yuan? Mr. Blind frowned slightly. Momo nodded, looking solemn. They're very powerful, especially the latter one. He seemed to be able to summon a golden light from the earth. Momo didn't know who was more powerful between Gong Sun Shiu and this man in Tang's suit. But in the latter part of the battle, it was Miss Servant Girl who defeated Gong Sun Shiu. If Miss Servant Girl was so powerful, what realm was Senior Luo in? Momo couldn't help being absent-minded. Yes, it's them. At this moment, Mr. Blind slowly exhaled. I've heard that there are countless secret treasures hidden in the Shen Yuan Palace. One of them is said to be made from the bones of the Count of Wind and the Lord of Rain. It can summon wind and rain and change the weather of the 4 seasons. Are you sure it's Shen Yuan Palace? The man in Tang's suit frowned. Mr. Blind shook his head. I'm just guessing. I can't figure it out now. But I believe my senior brother is the same, because now heaven's secrets seem to have been locked. Something must have happened in a place that I don't know about. The man in Tang's suit muttered, Shen Yuan Palace is involved? The 71 generations of Tianqin is troublesome enough. Now Shen Yuan Palace is involved. By the way, there are so many guests today. Mr. Blind seemed to be enlightened by the words of the man in Tang's suit. He shook his head, looking at a place in the courtyard. Momo also looked at the direction of the 2 seniors. He saw 3 shadows appear in the thick fog. The shadows were standing on the wall of the courtyard. Momo couldn't help but feel nervous. Among the 3 shadows, 2 had powerful magic power waves that were far stronger than his, while the 3rd one was emitting a gloomy and cold demonic power. Senior, what's this? Find a place to guard yourself. The man in Tang's suit raised his head and kicked. In an instant, the ground of the courtyard cracked, and the walls of the courtyard were completely shattered. The man in the tang suit rushed into the thick fog. In the thick fog, for black figures could be seen moving extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, Tang Bao returned once again, chuckling softly. Interesting. A great demon and 2 Dao-seeking realm cultivators. Blind man, they're here for you, right? Probably, Mr. Blind said indifferently. In the thick fog, the 3 shadows gathered again, and a gloomy voice came from the fog. Fire Cloud, evil god is indeed powerful. Cut the crap. The man in Tang's suit took a step forward with his right hand behind his back. I haven't exercised my body properly in the past 2 days. You guys have to work harder and see if you can force me to use my right hand. That gloomy voice sneered. What if we force you to use your right hand? The man in Tang's suit blinked his eyes and laughed. Of course, I'll use both my hands to fight the 3 of you. Let's start with Taizu's long fist. Chapter 11:03. The man in Tang's suit punched out. Momo could feel a gust of strong wind even though he was just behind him. Due to the power of the man in the Tang suit, a large part of the thick fog in front of him was instantly cleared. Because of this, the appearance of the 3 ambushers also became clear. Black clothes and bronze masks. Their masks were almost the same as that of the mysterious bronze-masked man. Momo's heart shuddered. At this moment, the man in Tang's suit's fist strength was too terrifying. One of the 3 men in black was directly hit by this terrifying fist strength. This man in black spurted out a mouthful of blood and directly fell to the ground after the punch. It was just a matter of a moment. The other 2 black-clothed and bronze-masked men were shocked when they saw this. At this moment, the movement in the courtyard had already alerted the logistics personnel of the Administration Bureau in Wulong Mountain Villa. At this moment, the sound of the logistics personnel rushing over was heard. The 2 men in black with bronze masks saw the situation was not good, seemingly wanting to retreat. Fire Cloud, evil god. Let's fight next time. One of the men in black with a bronze mask shouted at this moment. He put his hands together and opened them. Suddenly, a dense, icy air exploded in the courtyard, like liquid nitrogen being pressed out under high pressure. The entire courtyard was instantly covered with a layer of white frost. The man in the Tang suit snorted coldly at this time. His palm sucked, and a few pieces of frozen wudong tree leaves rushed into his palm. Then, they directly shot into the large expanse of ice fog. After a miserable scream, the ice and frost in the courtyard gradually dispersed. Momo fixed his eyes, seeing a man in black with a bronze mask hanging on the broken courtyard wall. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive, but one of the men in black had seized the chance to escape. The logistics personnel rushed into the courtyard at this moment. The man in Tang's suit didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he directly walked to the first man in black, taking off his bronze mask. After taking off the mask, the man in Tang's suit's face slightly changed. Mr. Blind's hearing was extraordinary. He frowned at this moment. Dead? The man in Tang's suit nodded. This guy is ruthless. He broke his own meridians and died. It seems he's a man of sacrifice. So is that one. As he spoke, the man in the Tang suit looked at the man in black hanging on the wall. Then he looked at Mr. Blind and said, "Old Blind, guess who this guy is?" "Who is it?" Mr. Blind tilted his head and his ears twitched. The man in the Tang suit said in a deep voice, "He's one of those guys who left during the mobilization meeting yesterday. Blind, it seems like your senior brother is much more prepared than we thought." Mr. Blind remained silent. He turned around and walked into the room. The man in the Tang suit shook his head and said to the logistics team, "Deal with these 2 corpses and try to contact Yan Xiaoxi. Tell her what happened here." "I know." The group of people nodded respectfully. After that, the man in the Tang suit slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then he exhaled even more slowly. Miraculously, when the man exhaled, the fog around Crouching Dragon Mountain Villa quickly dispersed. Not F.A. Lee. Momo was shocked. The man in the tang suit used his chi to blow away the fog. How powerful was his internal strength to be able to do that? However, after the man in the tang suit exhaled, the fog that had been dispersed slowly gathered again. That's not interesting. The man in the tang suit shook his head and yawned. Then he followed Mr. Blind back into the room. "Oh, right. Kid, come in." Momo was startled. "Senior, you called me?" The man in the tang suit said, "Yes." "Come here and tell me what the two guys from Shenyuan Palace used when they attacked. The more detailed, the better." Momo was startled, but he could only follow him in. But he had already memorized the name of Fire Cloud, Evil God. In the karst cave, a figure staggered forward with a piece of parasol leaf stuck on his back. Finally, he arrived at his destination, the end of the karst cave. At the end of the huge and dry karst cave, flames were burning all around as the light source. Here, there were many people like him, dressed in black and wearing bronze masks. These people were sitting in a row in meditation. In the center of the karst cave, there was an altar about 10 meters high. This injured man in black stumbled all the way to the bottom of the altar. Above the altar, a man in a bronze mask walked to the edge and looked down. "Your Honor, Fire Cloud, Evil God, is too powerful. Your subordinate is useless. I couldn't catch Qingxiazi." The man in the bronze mask on the altar said indifferently, "Fire Cloud, Evil God is known as the strongest human under Shinryu. It's reasonable. However, you three went together and only you came back. I think the other two's identities have been exposed. Your Honor, your subordinate is useless." The injured guy lowered his head. "It's okay." The man in the bronze mask said indifferently, "Your meridians have been broken by Fire Cloud, Evil God's true force. Do you know what's the only thing you can do for our great cause?" "Your subordinate knows." As he spoke, the man in black removed the bronze mask on his face, revealing a horse face. It was none other than Uncle Jun Wen-Tian, who was the first to stand up and question Yen Xiaoxi during the mobilization meeting at the Crouching Dragon Villa. This Count Jun Wen-Tian even took off his clothes. He folded them and placed them on the ground. Then he placed the bronze mask on top of the folded clothes. Count Jun Wen-Tian's gaze was indifferent, his expression focused. When he was completely naked, Count Jun Wen-Tian knelt on the ground and said in a deep voice, "Thank you, Your Honor, for your kindness in nurturing me." After saying that, Count Jun Wen-Tian stood up. At this moment, below the altar, a 2-meter tall door slowly opened. A blazing aura rushed out from the opening of the altar. The inside of the altar was actually filled with the aura of flames. Count Jun Wen-Tian shouted, "For the sake of the past saints! For the sake of opening the path to immortality!" Inside the karst cave, those meditating men in black shouted at the same time, "For the sake of the past saints! For the sake of opening the path to immortality!" Amidst the shouts of the men in black, Count Jun Wen-Tian opened his arms. His face revealed a fanatical smile as he directly rushed into the furnace within the altar. "For the sake of the past saints! For the sake of opening the path to immortality! For the sake of the past saints! For the sake of opening the path to immortality! For..." Amidst the continuous shouts, the bronze masked man on the altar turned around and walked in. At the center of the altar, within a huge crystal, there was a small figure sealed within. Wang. Suddenly, the bottom of the crystal lit up. The brightness then spread to the entire crystal, as if it was filling something. The bronze masked man looked at this crystal for a long time. "You have already alarmed the Fire Cloud, Evil God. I'm afraid that the following actions will be much more difficult." The bronze masked man looked behind the crystal pillar. A figure walked out from behind the crystal pillar. It was Gong Sun Shiyu from Shenyuan Palace's Qian Division. They don't know the time, and even more, they don't know the location. Once the Jade Dragon Pillar is implanted, it will be protected by Wang's power. No one will be able to touch it. Besides, your clan's 4 seasons glazed book isn't just for show. Gong Sun Shiyu quietly looked at the bronze masked man for a long time before saying, "Be careful. There's still a mysterious power within Mount Tai." The bronze masked man frowned. "You mean that mysterious woman from another clan who broke your Xianyuan sword?" Gong Sun Shiyu's face darkened, but he still nodded. "Since that night, that woman hasn't appeared again." The bronze masked man slowly said, "I didn't sense any malice from her, but we have to be careful. This is for you." The bronze masked man waved his hand, and a fist-sized pearl directly charged towards Gong Sun Shiyu. The instant this pearl entered his hand, Gong Sun Shiyu's pupils contracted slightly. He subconsciously looked at the bronze masked man. "This is a dragon pearl!" The bronze masked man said indifferently, "This was left behind after that dragon fiend died. Perhaps it should be called Evil Dragon Pearl. With it, you should be able to activate the Yellow Emperor's bloodline to the greatest extent." Gong Sun Shiyu sneered, "Aren't you afraid that I'll use the Evil Dragon Pearl to deal with you?" "Go." The bronze masked man said indifferently, "Remember, don't use this Evil Dragon Pearl for too long. Otherwise, even with the protection of the Yellow Emperor's bloodline, you'll inevitably be eroded by the resentment of the Dragon Fiend, or, with the Yellow Emperor's bloodline, I'm afraid you're the Dragon Fiend's favorite carrier besides the Dragon Vein." Gong Sun Shiyu looked at the bronze masked man, retreating step by step, and finally disappeared from the altar. At this moment, the altar returned to its tranquility. The black-clothed people below the altar also closed their eyes, quietly meditating. The bronze masked man took out a talisman. This talisman burned in his palm in an instant, turning into ashes, scattering on the ground. At this time, the bronze masked man turned his hand, and the scattered ashes on the ground began to return to his palm. The ashes reassembled. In the end, it turned into a charred talisman seal. The bronze masked man suddenly sighed, waving his hand, and the ashes scattered on the ground again. He murmured to himself, "How on earth did that young man under the ancient well restore the fragments?" The appearance of the thick fog in Mount Tai cut off all the signals to the outside world, causing the area within more than 100 kilometers to be plunged into chaos. Song Village was also covered by the thick fog. "I've seen this fog before." Song Haren did not know whether it was because she had thought it through or because Song Haren's words had an effect. The princess who called herself New Dawn did not say anything about fending for herself. Of course, Song Haren still kept a safe distance from her. "You've seen it before?" Song Haren asked curiously. Princess Chuyang nodded. "This is the fog released by the 4 Seasons glazed book, a treasure made from the remains of the Count of Wind and the Lord of Rain. When the dynasty was building the Great Wall, it was invaded by evil demons. Later, they borrowed the glazed book of 4 Seasons and summoned a thick fog of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning that covered 1,000 miles. Only then did they exterminate all the evil demons. However, this treasure belongs to a secret holy land in Kelowna, and it won't be used easily." "Now why?" Song Haren frowned. "Let's not talk about the purpose first. However, if this thing continues to exist, I'm afraid it's not a good thing for the common people. Let's not talk about the chaos inside. It's probably a troublesome thing for the people outside to explain. Princess, since you've recognized it, do you know how to solve it?" Princess Chuyang shook her head. "Unless the person who cast the book stops or directly destroys the 4 Seasons glazed book, there's no other way." Song Haren said helplessly, "If that's the case, I can't bring you to your father's tomb." At this time, even the satellite positioning system was no longer working. Song Haren believed that he had a good memory, but he couldn't recognize the roads within a radius of 100 kilometers just by relying on his memory alone. Moreover, Princess Chuyang had once said that if the first emperor really died, the place where he would be buried would definitely not be on Mount Tai. Under the situation where the road was blocked and communication was cut off, It seemed that the only decision they could make was to stay here and wait for a change. The thick fog grew thicker day by day. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. At this time, the thick fog had covered an area of nearly 200 kilometers with Mount Tai as the center. It was a vast expanse of white all around, completely turning into an area where one couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. All the public systems had long been paralyzed, and countless crimes were breeding in the thick fog. In many places, the power of the generators had long been exhausted. At night, this place had become the most terrifying place. People could only close their doors tightly and stay indoors, waiting for the outside world to rescue them. However, as the days passed, the situation gradually became more and more dangerous. Some people, like blind flies, finally found their way out of the huge thick fog and returned to the normal world. Only then did they know that because of the thick fog, the outside world had long been in a mess. A large number of experts began to rush to the edge of the thick fog, and all the major media reporters also swarmed over. A helicopter flew at the edge of the thick fog, but it didn't dare to drive into the thick fog because any electronic equipment that got close to the thick fog would instantly malfunction, and vehicles would also directly stop driving into the thick fog. At this time, a taxi with a Lu plate slowly drove to a small town outside the thick fog. "3 ladies, I can only take you here at most. You can't go any further. It's under control." The taxi driver raised the bar code at this time. "Rico, pay up." Me again. "My food expenses for this month are almost gone." The young woman who was called to pay at this time begged bitterly. "If it's not you, then is it Yukiko? She's just a newcomer and hasn't passed the probation period yet. It's only 1,800 a month." The fierce woman hummed at this time. "Then what about you?" The fierce woman continued humming. "Do you know that my Luaccio is going to study abroad soon? Do you know how expensive the foreign tuition is? What about the living expenses? If I don't save money, do you want him to eat soil outside? Don't worry, I will give you a public account later. What about snacks? Diet. But this time seems to be your initiative. Chief editor didn't agree to let us come here. Make more noise. If you make more noise, you won't be able to eat lunch later. Save the lunch money as accommodation expenses." Chapter 1104. On the 23rd, we came to Dai Town, a beautiful rural town, but it was no longer as peaceful and beautiful as it used to be. It is now like a gorgeous dancer, standing on the stage, waiting for the arrival of customers one by one. In the small hotel, Ren Xiling stopped her fingers on the keyboard and looked at the folder named Ren Xiling's Book of Strange Events on the screen. She frowned and quickly deleted the 2 lines of text. She drank a cup of hot tea and went to the window, looking at the thick fog outside the town. It was said that the fog was still spreading, and it was estimated that the town would be covered in a few days. At this time, some people in the town were worried, and many people had taken their families out to avoid the fog. However, there were still some businessmen who stayed in the town at this time. There's no other reason, because the business opportunities were almost unlimited at this time. The travel expenses were several times higher than before, and even a bottle of water could be sold at a price comparable to a large scenic spot. Their customers were naturally the media from all sides. Of course, it was unknown whether there were other people except for the media. However, the local town government had issued an announcement that the people here had to leave in 3 days at the latest. As a reporter with dreams, Sub-editor Rin didn't want to be a salted fish. This time, Sub-editor Rin resolutely used her accumulated paid annual leave to come to this place with Riko and Akiko after failing to fight for a job with the boss of the newspaper office. If they didn't find anything, then they might really lose everything. Ren Xiling rubbed her eyebrows and leaned against the window, looking at the thick fog like white clouds. Pure white, pure white, pure white. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Riko pushed the door and came in with a pot of boiled water in her hand. She complained, Sister Rin, the boss of this hotel is too greedy. He even charges for the tap water. It can't be helped. Ran Xiling shook her head. We came late, and it's good enough that we have a place to stay. Where is Yukiko? Riko sat on the edge of the old single bed. She said that she wanted to walk around outside and see if she could find anything. At this time, the old bed made a squeaking sound, and Lizzie's stomach made a rumbling sound. She had eaten all her food on the way and had no time to replenish it. What was worse, the unscrupulous sub-editor Rin exploited Lizzie's savings crazily and unscrupulously in the name of reimbursement all the way. Ren Xiling sat down again and pretended that she didn't hear the cooing sound. She said nonchalantly, "You're really proactive." In fact, she didn't want to take Yukiko with her at first, but Yukiko accidentally heard her and Riko discussing this matter. She showed great interest and took the initiative to ask to go with them. Although sub-editor Ren's life was very safe, she was unexpectedly a guy who liked to guide newbies. After proposing the condition of paying her own expenses, sub-editor Ren happily brought this newbie with her. Maybe he found the awareness of being a reporter. Lizzie lay on the bed with her arms and legs wide open. She stared blankly at the ceiling. So hungry! Suddenly, Lizzie seemed to smell something. She sat up at once and said with her eyes shining, "Sister Rin, what are you eating? It's so fragrant." At this moment, Ren Xiling was pinching a wax pill in her hand and then swallowing the thing inside into her mouth and drinking water. Wuji Baifeng pill. Ren Xiling threw the crushed wax pill into the trash can. It was sent by Luochio. He said that it was a New Year's gift and he wouldn't come back on New Year's Day. Oh my God! Why do I feel like I've aged 20 years in an instant when he gave me this toy during the New Year? If I didn't feel better after eating it, I wouldn't eat it. Speaking of which, Sister Ren, is your skin much better recently? Lizzie looked at Ren Xiling from head to toe. You feel younger? Do you still have Baifeng pill? I often eat it. Go away. Ren Xiling pushed Lizzie with her palm. I finished the last one. Do you want the wax pill? Stingy. Lizzie lay back on the bed, pitifully, like a caterpillar. Ren Xiling felt that Lizzie was not like a human being. She shook her head and began to wear her boots. Even a newcomer was working hard to dig for information. She couldn't fall behind. Lizzie, let's go out to ask for information. Lizzie, what do you want to eat? It's so fragrant, strawberry flavor. At this time, Lizzie was biting a piece of pink rubber with a film in her mouth and chewing it. Ren Xiling suddenly shivered and rushed to Lizzie. Lizzie, wake up! Don't eat this thing with your mouth. Ren Xiling pulled the pink rubber film and wanted to take it out of Lizzie's mouth, but this thing was too elastic. They pulled and stretched it more than 10 centimeters. Lizzie, give it to me. Ren Xiling said loudly, I don't care. Let me chew it. Give it to me. The pulling continued. At this moment, the door was pushed open excitedly. At the same time, a voice sounded, speaking with a Japanese accent and not very fluent Chinese. Sister Rin, I found someone who can be interviewed. Yukiko blinked her eyes. Ren Xiling looked at Yukiko, blinking her eyes, and blinked her eyes subconsciously. Her hand suddenly loosened, and the pink rubber band suddenly retracted and bounced directly onto Yukiko's nose. She cried in pain, I don't eat with my nose. Wait, Yujiko. Ren Xiling opened her mouth. I'll wait for you outside. At this time, Yujiko quickly closed the door, and then came the sound of footsteps downstairs. Ren Xiling froze for a moment and then sat down. She sadly took out a pack of women's cigarettes, lit it, took a puff, and exhaled the smoke. Through the glass window, the smoke seemed to be integrated with the thick fog outside the town. Sub-editor Rin said softly, Damn, deep in the thick fog, Yan Xiaoxi almost lost communication with the outside world. Although the backup could come by foot, it was too inefficient. Because all electronic devices could not be used, even the research of the Jade Dragon Pillars had to be temporarily stopped. They could only rely on manpower to transmit information back and forth, which greatly limited the actions of the administration. Under such restrictions, the 3rd, fourth, and fifth jade dragon pillars had already appeared without a sound. Fortunately, the appearance of the fifth jade dragon pillar had allowed Mr. Blind to successfully calculate the possible location of the sixth jade dragon pillar. At this time, Crouching Dragon Villa had released thunderbolts through Taoist techniques and temporarily converted them into electricity to maintain the daily infrastructure. Since the battle on the hillside last time, the remaining people of both sides were not as enthusiastic as before. At this time, less than half of the people came to the conference room. The people of both sides who were doubtful didn't leave Crouching Dragon Villa, but there was a trend of not putting in effort. Su Mubai and Madam Purple Star would attend every meeting. According to our calculations, the sixth jade dragon pillar is likely to appear in these three places. At this moment, Yan Xiaoxi was marking the locations that Mr. Blind had deduced on the map. Upon sight of the three locations, Purple Star could not help but frown and ask Section Chief Yan Xiaoxi, "How did you deduce these locations?" The administration also has talents who are proficient in arrays and calculations. We used a large number of computers outside the fog to calculate these three places, Yan Xiaoxi said indifferently at this time. Chief Yan, after a moment of silence, Zixing said, "Let's not care about the intentions of the 71st generation, Tian, Exa. Should we be more honest?" Yan Xiaoxi frowned. "Young Master Zixing, what do you mean?" At this time, Zixing said in a deep voice, "I heard that Crouching Dragon Villa was attacked some time ago. However, the attackers were dressed in black and wore bronze masks. There were a total of 3 of them, and 2 of them were killed. Is that true?" "It's true," Yan Xiaoxi said expressionlessly. At this time, Zixing said again, "In fact, the 2 so-called assassins who were killed actually committed suicide. Is that true?" "It's true." Zixing's eyes narrowed. "And these 2 men of sacrifice were among the group of Tao demons who opposed you that day and left. Is that true?" "It's true." "Chief Yan, why have you been hiding this matter?" Zixing said coldly, "If it weren't for the fact that my clan still has some resources, Chief Yan would have been planning to keep it a secret, right? In order to prevent unnecessary panic, I gave the order to keep this matter a secret." Yan Xiaoxi looked straight at Zixing, then at Taoist priest Sumubai. "The 2 of you, the current situation is very unfavorable to us. I don't know what the consequences will be if this news spreads, so the best way now is to hide it." "Yan Xiaoxi," Zixing said in a deep voice, "I'm staying here entirely for the sake of that agreement, but I'm not the target of your sweet words. Perhaps after your administration has those advanced weapons, you think that you can handle all of this without the support of other parties. The 2 of you, the most important thing now is not to quarrel, but to stop this as soon as possible." Su Mubai hurriedly said at this time, "This thick fog has been spreading, and no one knows how much it will cover. I believe that the outside is now a mess. I'm afraid that no matter how much force the country exerts, it will be difficult to cover up this matter. So, Chief Yan, I think young Master Zixing is right. It's not that we don't want to cooperate. We just hope that we can get the most basic respect." Yan Xiaoxi took a deep breath, and after a while she said, "I suspect that among the Tao demons there are probably many who have followed Tian Xian for 71 generations." Zixing and Su Mubai looked at each other. Zixing frowned and said, "But when we were caught in the fake cave abode?" Yan Xiaoxi said, "I'm afraid, including the 2 of you, among this batch of Tao demons who were caught, many of them were willing. This can very well explain why Tian Xian for 71 generations could catch so many Tao demons silently. Indifferently, this is just a speculation based on the current information, and it may not be accurate. But if it's accurate, we don't even know how many people in Crouching Dragon Villa are our own people." Su Mubai continued and then smiled bitterly. "Under such circumstances, even the people around you may actually be. This is indeed a very bad situation." Su Mubai looked at Zixing, and his meaning was very clear. You, young Master Zixing, may also be one of Tion Xan for 71 generations. The meeting room suddenly fell silent. After a long time, Zixing sighed and said in a low voice, "Can we win this battle?" Yan Xiaoxi was about to speak, but at this time a person from the administration hurried in. This person looked very serious, but there was surprise in his eyes. "Section Chief, we received a message from Captain Ling Feng." Yan Xiaoxi, Sumu Bai, and Zixing instantly stood up. The place where they appeared was near Dai Town. The people who appeared were the agents from the administration led by Captain Ling Feng, as well as Cang Jinshu and Chu Xinghe. Due to the obstruction of communication, it was already half a day later when the news reached Yan Xiaoxi. Then, it took almost another half a day before Yan Xiaoxi and the others set off from Crouching Dragon Villa and rushed to Dai Town to meet up with Captain Ling Feng and the others who came out of the Penglai treasure vault. They had been missing for almost half a month. In this half a month, the outside world was in turmoil. Now that they had returned, it really made everyone excited, especially when Tsang Jinshu and Chu Xinghe of the 4 heavenly spirits of the demon race returned. That's it. That night, everyone met up. Captain Ling Feng pointed to an empty space behind the granary. "We came out from this place. However, after all of us left, the passage disappeared. However, President Baijie seems to still be working hard. It's very likely that more of our people will come out from here. Of course, this is just my speculation." Dr. Zhao, who came with the team, hurriedly asked people to set up all kinds of instruments and surrounded the place where Captain Ling Feng pointed. Captain Ling Feng, Tsang Jinshu and the others also told everyone what they had experienced in the Penglai treasure vault, the terrifying things about Gaia. Their narration made Yan Xiaoxi and the others who had rushed over feel a chill down their backs. When there was such a place in the world, which had the power to destroy almost all the elites of the demon race and the demon race in an instant, its degree of despair seemed to be much more terrifying than their current opponent, the Tianqin 71 generation. What's this? Unlike Yan Xiaoxi and the others who couldn't digest this shocking news, Dr. Zhao looked curiously at the thing in an agent's hand. This was taken out from inside. There are some other things over there. As he spoke, the agent waved a short metal stick in his hand. The metal stick shot out a beam of light in an instant. The agent used the beam of light to hit the big rock next to him, and the big rock was instantly cut in half.